Welcome back, sleepers of the sands, to a Friday edition of Sitting Here with Me, Nerdbird. Welcome, everybody who's out there in the channel. Thank you, everyone, for popping in here early for Twitch. Tonight is the night, that's right, is the second Friday of the month. Well, I guess the second Friday of the month. That means Roundtable. This week with Roundtable, we will have a little bit of a different setup that we usually do. We usually have a lot of people that are hopping in here and giving their ideas and doing stuff along these lines. But this week, we're going to try something a little bit different. We're going to try just going with one person who is going to introduce some of the issues that he or she thinks is going to be relevant. And from that, we are Good Morning, Unero. And from that, we will be taking any kind of questions, not only from chat, but if you actually want to come in for a short period of time and express your opinion on what's being said, we will pull you in there. And then once you're done with your opinion or whatever you have to say about the topic, we will then drop you back out of it because we tend to be getting a little bit too clustered up there in the Discord channel. And it starts kind of wandering all over the place. And for the most part, we are trying to commit to a goal where we are more or less focused on some kind of topic for a certain amount of time, and we don't want to get sidetracked too easy. So make sure that if you are wanting to get in on the discussions that you are jumping into Discord. There will be the Freeman channel number 2. If you get into Freeman channel 2, I will see you in there. And once we are done introducing and putting all the points to the topic that we want to be discussing, I will then pull you up, let you talk, move you down. If there are multiple people in there, you're just going to have to be a little bit patient. We don't want to overload the station with too many people talking about stuff. If you don't like speaking over YouTube or Twitch, feel free to just type your questions in there. Tonight, I will be trying to do a less active role inside of the game while we are discussing, and I'm going to be trying to focus more on the topics at hand. So I will be following everybody inside of chat and trying to keep up with what you're saying. That way, everybody's questions, everybody's point of views can be stated and put out there evenly, and we'll have no problem. Before I get this started, though, I just remembered I have to do one more thing, which is I have to change the thumbnail on YouTube. That'll just take me a second. Well, it's good to see all of you guys back. Enigmas, how's it going? Dark Wolf, good. Goofy Evil Prince, it's always great to see you guys. Thanks for stopping in and sharing this time with us. Hopefully we get a very large crowd tonight and we have everybody getting a chance to express and talk about what it is they want to discuss with us. Now, me as the host tonight, you have to keep in mind that I'm going to be aiming as being kind of a balanced opinion. I'm not going to try to always agree. Sometimes I will try to disagree and try to give different ideas out there, which are trade-offs or things which might be frustrating to people, things that might be an advantage to people. So work with me. Just because I'm trying to keep the conversation going doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be leaning that way. I will always make my point very clear that this is where I stand on this or that topic. So, yeah, just be patient and let's try to get through this. First off, though, while we're waiting for our guest to come in, there are a few topics that we could be discussing right now that I have a little bit of a concern with, that later on in the night, we might be able to bring up and have more spotlight on it. The first is going to be these mergers that will be happening rather soon. I am, of course, a little bit nervous about the mergers. Before today, I wasn't nervous. Actually, I was thinking, what a great thing mergers are going to be for everybody out in the community, until I started getting quite a few messages on last night's update release where people are telling me now that if their server gets merged, they're going to quit the game. And this is definitely something which is a worrisome opinion for me, because I don't necessarily want to see anybody quit the game due to the fact that their servers are getting merged and they're not able to stay in their seat and do it what it is that they are happy doing. So definitely at some point tonight, if it's not covered with Beast, who is, of course, the man of the hour that's going to be joining us, we will be trying to jump back in there and discuss things such as, how do you feel about the server mergers messing with you, messing with everything that's dealt with you? We'll get to this here in a second. Adam M. Dloma. That's a tough name to get out. So just keep in mind, be thinking as the night's progressing, how is it that you feel that server mergers are going to be messing with you? Are you excited about them? Are you not happy with them? Do you want to just stay where you're at? Yada, yada, yada. These are the things that we want to try to get into. Joshua Salvatore, how's it going? Second account, sorry, dude. No problem. It's okay. I don't mind. The second thing that we need to address before Beast gets in here is on a broader topic, that of, hey, guess what? There was an exploit, and that exploit affected quite a few people, not only in the game, but also outside of the game, as it appears now that there is a rather sizable group of people who not only got permabanned, but also just got a 14-day ban. And I've also had them replying to my current video, which they are trying to say, you know, I'm banned, this and that. I don't know exactly what their opinions on it are. We'd like to hear more about what you guys are thinking in terms of total opinions. Are you happy it happened? Do you think it's justified? Do you disagree with it totally? Do you think that all those people should be forgiven and we should just move on? Or do you think that they should have been harder on everybody who was in and out of the game doing these exploits inside of the Haga Basin? Definitely would like to hear more on this. Not only that, but there's a new questing area coming out. The dusty and foggy area of some tsunami thing. I don't know. I can't remember the name of it actually, but it is one of these more difficult names to do. Are you guys excited about this? Does it look like it's going to be of any interest? Do we actually believe this is going to give us enough to mix into the minutia of general redundancy that we are actually facing on a daily basis? Yeah. Simpy. I think it's Simpy, something like that. Good morning, Cat Weasel. How's it going? So definitely let's be thinking about the new area. Do you think it's going to help out, or is it just going to grow old on us really, really quick as we are like progressing through things and dealing with the same circular pattern that we've been facing since the very beginning of the game? Well, at least chapter 3, which is just literally doing the same, I would say 5, but probably 3 or 1 quest over and over again, depending on whichever factor you are running into. So also be keeping that in mind. Now, once again, we are waiting for Beast to be hopping in here. I don't think he's jumped into Discord just yet, and that's fine. We have quite a bit to be talking about tonight. And first of all, let's go ahead and go back to this double XP neat. What's up, GoreAU? Let's start talking about this double XP weekend that's coming up for us. Not only are we getting double XP, we are getting all the stuff for LANDSRAAD and our skills. Not only that, we are getting all of the ores and stuff mineable. Now, I have heard some people be a little bit upset this because they're not getting double spice. You think that's fair? Should a Funcom have given us double spice? I feel that bans were about as fair as it was possible. Okay, we'll go into the bans that neural it. I was just throwing stuff out there. It looks like this will be the first thing that we're going to discuss. So you feel that the bans were about as fair as it was possible to be. I am, however, still mad about being scammed out of the 4 LANDSRAAD tasks I had outstanding before their unannounced gift. All right. Thank you, Neuralimp. This is something that I wanted to discuss as well. Actually, I lost 7, so I know how you feel. But this seems to be one of these reoccurring situations with Funcom where they just have absolute zero transparency whenever they are releasing information. Now, am I happy that they are giving us double XP and all these other factors that are coming in? Yes, of course I am. I think this is like an absolute fantastic thing for us to be focusing on. I think that everybody who is literally jumping in there this weekend and grinding out all of this excess of materials, it will help them. How is it going to affect the markets? I don't know. I mean, are the markets are even in a position for us to discuss anyways at this point? But once again, some people had like mentioned that there was something on Destiny on the outside, and this might be why they are going to do it. But look, I don't think it has anything to do with any outside source. I don't think that there's any creative nature that's like making us believe that these things are influencing what Dune Awakening is doing. It's pretty clear and obvious exactly why we're getting our double XP and the double resources and double everything else. Literally, we just went through one of the most stressful exploits that we're probably going to see for quite some time in the future of Dune Awakening, and they're trying to make people happy. And you know what? High five for, in my opinion, high five to Funcom. Great company, do great things. Funcom is literally throwing this out there for us so that, we can forget about all the hardships that just went on and try to move on. Not only that, but you have to think about all of these people, 200 plus people who got a 14-day ban. They're not going to be part of this. So, I think this is kind of just a bonus that they're throwing to us for this weekend. And yes, Raven, that's right. It has already started. So if you're not out there doing stuff, make sure to get out there as soon as possible so that you can get all of those things awarded and mixed up. This is my thoughts. There's a YouTuber who streamed it, and my guild hates their guild due to stuff that what happened in the deep desert, like pushing containers out of Ero base, and then we should be banned, but they didn't. One thing I can say about that, Joshua, the full-on Grand People and Dune. So the one thing that I could definitely relay to you dealing with this whole matter of fact is I can say I'm at least proud that, and proud isn't really the word I should be using. I should say I'm more joyful that Funcom actually showed us that they are willing to take steps and measures to push out people who are doing the wrong thing. So many games will be out there for a long time in which nobody ever addresses these issues at hand. People cheat, people dupe, people exploit. This is why I always preach against the viewing or the recording of exploits to teach people how to do it. I always thought that in a personal manner, any kind of cheat that you can come across, you should literally record it and just give it to the company and say, you should fix this before something happens. I don't believe it's ever a good idea to come on live stream or with video and literally tell people they should be pursuing this kind of nefarious activity, as well as, pushing and egging on the community to like mistreat the company that is literally giving them the game that they are enjoying and playing on a daily basis. So when it comes to people who are literally cheating and exploiting, of course, there are different measures that you have to lay on the line and say, is this exploit the same as that exploit? And I, as a gamer, have my own opinions on them. I don't do exploits. Whenever I came into Discord yesterday, after the update, we had something like 20 people inside of our Discord talking to us about, what are the next things that are going to be happening. And there was only one thing that I could say to myself, and that was, it's 11 o'clock at night. I'm about to go home and I'm going to sleep like a baby because I don't do any exploits. So I'm not worried. I don't need to ask questions about ifs, ands, or buts. Look, if you do exploits, you have to at some point think about if you do the crime, you're going to do the time. Any of these people who were exploiting, they know, yes, of course it's in the game, but the devs don't mean it to be in the game. And whenever you set ground rules similar to saying Haga Basin cannot be raided by people, and then there's an exploit in which you are literally raiding people in the Haga Basin, and you're thinking, no, this is part of the game, I can't get in trouble for it. You obviously need to stop, reevaluate what you're doing, and think twice about it. Not only that, but you need to also think externally about the people which you will be affecting. As I said, there's over 300 people, close to 400 people that caught bans for doing this. If you think about that number of people, all they had to do is raid literally 2 bases apiece, and we're talking about almost 1,000 people who are affected by these individuals doing these tasks. This is not good for the community. It's not good for the game. And currently, we are trying to claw our way up the Steam charts by getting more people to join. So having people do this does not help the game at all. If you look at Steam charts now, currently, we are having a little bit of trouble rebounding. So if 300 to 400 people had to take a slap on the wrist and take a ban, 100 and some of them take a permanent ban, just so that the game can continue and we can feel safer as players inside of the game. I think it's a good idea for Funcom to continue doing this kind of stuff. Once again, I don't use any exploits, so I don't really worry about anything coming back on me. I feel like the bans were about, we already did that. I have not yet logged in to the game for a few days. Do not know if I'm banned. Well, I mean, Catweasel, did you raid someone's base? if you didn't go and physically destroy somebody's base marker and put your own down, you don't have anything to worry about. It doesn't seem as if they are trying to ban people for minor offenses. It seems like they are banning people for the given reason that they literally walked into a Haga Basin base, attacked the land claim, destroyed it, replaced it with their own, and took stuff out of the base. So if you are worried about being banned, you might have been doing something wrong. I don't know. I can't really measure it. You don't seem to be the type of guy that would do that. So let's hope that it's not happening to you. I want to believe, Catweasel, you would never do something like that. No, look, so once again, here's the, hey, what's up, Beast? I'll bring you in here in a second. If you jump into, I see you in Discord. We're just going to finish this up and then I'll bring you in here, introduce you, and everyone can then get ready for the conversations that we have coming up. But Catweasel, I think you have to look at the company, and the company is going to have a threshold on the exploits that are currently being distributed into the game. For example, there are multiple exploits that we know of right now. There's people that you see on stream every day doing, for example, testing station exploits. They're not getting banned. And I think the reason is people, hey, Con, how's it going? I believe people are not up in arms and frustrated with that. I think the company's threshold is whenever there is a large group of people who are actually angry about what's going on with somebody showing off an exploit, such as the possibility of losing all of your progress and everything that you own because somebody has found a glitch and taken everything away from you. That is the level and the threshold in which the company then starts to take action. I do not believe that they are going to ban you for mining flower sand in the area where the worm cannot reach. I'm not even sure at this point that you can consider that thing an exploit because, you know, testing station exploit, repair, don't directly harm other players. I mean, as I've said before, and it'll be the last thing that I even push on because I do want to get this thing and not make Beast wait down there forever. I know we have a lot of topics to discuss. He's sent me the list and it's quite sizable. So the last thing I'm going to say on this is, look, whether you want to take time to meditate on it or not, every single action you choose to do in a game affects someone else in that game if it is an MMO like we are playing currently. Now, what I'm trying to say about this is, for one example, the repair bug. That repair bug is affecting stuff whether you know it or not. It's affecting the marketplace. The fact that that repair bug takes off all the augments from your weapons whenever you use it means in order for you to maintain the amount of damage that you're doing to climb deeper into the testing stations, you have to have a sizable amount of augments to replace on that gun so that you can maintain the type of damage that you need in order to continue down the line. Somebody asked me the other day, why is it that I can find a level 4 or a level 5 weapon on the marketplace, but I can't find any augments? And I'm like, it's clear. It's one of two things. Either they have the crafting level where they can now like cram augments together, or they don't want to trade those augments away because they need them to replace the augments they're using whenever they're using the repair bug. Now, I'm sure there's going to be 1,000 people that will jump in and say, no. In reality, if you really take time to put thought into it, you can clearly see these are part of the problem, not the solution whenever it comes down to this. You are literally affecting the market, even though it's even just a little bit. You are affecting the market and other things out there by using that repair bug. You are not buying blueprints from the market because you don't need them. You're using repair bug. You're not buying resources because You don't need them. You're using the repair bug. You're not going out and mining extra stuff to replace all of the materials that it would need to continuously repair the stuff because you're using the repair bug. All of these things could technically be thrown on the market and bought, and in a sense could create, even if it's a small one, some sort of supply and demand that would influence the market in a indirect way, whether you knew it or not. So any exploit that you're doing in the game affects the market. One other quick one. For example, if you're doing the testing station exploit, you are able to get in there and get higher level stuff because you're able to cheat your way through it. Therefore, you are getting access to all of these high-end weapons and stuff. Thus, you can throw those on the market and sell it to people. You have an unfair advantage over people who are not doing it. So yeah, it's not breaking the game. It's not stealing from me or ruining my progression, but it is in some form or fashion always affecting somebody in the game in some form or fashion. And this is going to become more apparent the closer we get to mergers, which I want to discuss a little bit later because I do have somebody waiting to jump in here. But just keep that in mind. Everything that you do that is an exploit in this game is affecting people at some point or another in any given direction or any given solution that you try to put onto this marker or onto this game by the company. It is going to be affecting people. They can't adjust it and help people out. If you're exploiting, you aren't exactly helping the game. You are helping yourself. So always keep that in mind. On that beat, everybody should know this man because he, for me, or at least if you're around me, you would be, we can actually say world famous because Beast has been on the Roundtable more than once. And since we do have people from around the world, I guess you can say, Beast, you are now world famous with your creative thinking and ideas on how to improve the game and what you do and don't like about it. Now, before I ask Beast to introduce himself, I also have one more quick announcement, which I almost forgot to say. We have 2 games to give away tonight. Now, it's not Dune Awakening. It's in celebration of the Birdhouse opening up our Conan server. We now have actual people in there who know how to mod it. It's not being left up to me. So the game is actually moving on. So we have 2 free global keys to give away tonight for Conan Exiles. If you don't own the game and you want it, stick around. As the night progresses, we will be handing out those keys to people as the night progresses. As always, remember, any money donated to Twitch goes right back into the community in the form of buying game keys and handing those out to people, as well as keeping the community filled with stuff to do on the side. If you want a Goofy Evil Prince, make sure that you are putting your name into the loop for that. Beast, my man, take a second and please introduce yourself to the community.
Give me just a second. I'm in the middle of getting my ass handed to me, so hold on.
Typical Australian, always getting his ass handed to him by a snake or
Absolutely.
a spider.
No. This is a drill bit, so.
Oh, drill bit.
Good old drill bit. Yeah, so my name's Beast from Australia. Been playing it since just after launch, and heavily invested in it, probably a little bit too much. So.
Not possible.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Sitting there writing 7 pages worth of shit today, and it doesn't even involve PvP, so that's a bit. So, yeah, so I've got a couple of things I want to discuss, maybe put out to the community to see what they want to really discuss first, but on my list I've got LANDSRAAD, how the new system's working with tasks and all that kind of stuff, if we want to discuss that.
Let's just start out and just work our way down. We don't have to introduce them one by one out there. Let's just start with the original thing, which was specialization of based tasks. Now, before we get started, we obviously know that we already have new tasks coming in. They're incoming, right?
Yeah, which is great. When they posted that last night here, and I don't know the rest of the world where it's posted, but introducing a new overland map place with new tasks, that's just an absolute godsend. If they could do that every maybe month and a half, 2 months to keep somewhat fresh tasks or new locations in the game would be absolutely amazing. So that was on my my list of introducing new stuff. So that one's now taken off. But we'll start with variety and rotation of tasks. So it's great that we've got 25 tasks in there, soon to have 30 tasks. But it's probably the way they originally designed the whole LANDSRAAD is that, you do a bit of sabotage, a bit of crafting, a bit of this, and, change the tasks around. But for me, that's got two characters. One's holding solely down the crafting avenue, and the other one's combating a little bit of sabotage now. The quests get a little bit grindy. It's great you can finish them in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but they're starting to get a bit grindy. So it would be great if they introduce more tasks and they rotate them week to week. So say, for instance, combat has 10 tasks, but there's only 5 in per week. They take 2 out, put 2 more in, and they just keep rotating through. If they're going to keep it the way the game is at the moment with certain tasks like the certain houses. So at the moment, all crafting goes through the main 5 houses, and all gathering goes through 5 houses, and that's not changing by the looks of things. So it'd be good if they actually changed up to do, for instance, get the house swatches, you've got to go into a different task. If you're going down the crafting task, then yeah, it's going to be a while before you get those other swatches, which isn't a bad thing, but the same token though, yeah, keep it interesting by switching them around.
No.
comments?
I'm
Okay.
sorry. I
Is there any
didn't mean
comment
to
thing?
leave you there quietly for a second. I was just checking to make sure I wasn't getting a double
So
feedback
yeah,
on
maybe
you.
just switching them out, taking 2 tasks out, introducing 2 more tasks, having a pool of 10, and switching around would probably be a really good way to mix it up a little bit. They could also extend the tasks. It's like, for instance, I've got notes here where they've got a lot of map already. Like, who's gone through and explored all of Hagar South? Who's got 100% on all the maps as it is? We could be going back to some of those older sections and doing some tasks there, for instance.
So on that, I didn't mean to leave you silent there for me. I was checking to make sure I wasn't getting feedback on your voice. I'm horrible with these technical things. I wish I actually was a viable Twitch star who could afford somebody to be doing this on the side for me, but obviously I can't. So, yeah. Now, even with these 5 new tasks that are coming out, right? My concern is you can say that there's 25 tasks, but there really isn't 25 tasks. There's really more like, I don't know, 18 tasks, in my opinion. And probably less once you start looking at it more closely, right? So everybody is literally finding their favorite quests, and they're finding ways to influence the quest giver, me included in this. You're picking quests so that you can do the quickest quest to get them over with, right? So even though there is that diversity of 5 quests, nobody's actually doing them, right? So
yeah,
what we need to start off talking about here tonight is how in the hell do we go about diversifying those 3 quests that everyone is literally locking into place just so that they can avoid having to do the more tedious or laborious tasks that are on the screen, right?
Well, yeah, one of the things I was going to bring up at a later date was they should have the dungeon quest at its own category, that they're there and available at all times. So, all right, I'm going to go and do the other quests and that kind of stuff, but every time you step into a dungeon, you can take that quest ready to go for the LANDSRAAD. So maybe keep the dungeons as a separate one. And I think, and I haven't gone back and had a good look at it, but I'm pretty sure that it's either gathering or exploration has 2 of the testing station quests in it, where one doesn't have a quest in it. And that's a bit weird, that why do all of the trees not have a testing station in it? I'm pretty sure darkness and radiation is in the same speciality tree, not in separate, which is a bit weird.
Is that in the same tree?
I think it is. I haven't gone back. I haven't done any of those things because I've been on crafting and combat, but I'm pretty sure when I first did a couple of things that they're actually in the same tree.
See, this is it. I've only heard of people doing. Okay, I take it back. actually, I spoke to NRG last night. If you guys haven't watched NRG, great streamer. Make sure you tune in and watch him sometime in the future. Very good guy to like hang out and experience stuff with. NRG told me he's leveling everything up equally. So like he's literally doing one of each every single day. That way he's like he's not worried about this or that being overpowered or whatnot. But he might be the only person I know that's actually doing this, because I'm with you. Crafting, combat. And now there's a few people who are going really hard in terms of the exploration, right? So those are the only quests that I ever hear about. I actually don't know anything about the other two. Minus, I got one to level 5 so we could get more like weekly script, some crap like that.
Yeah, sabotage.
So not even knowing what all of these quests are, this is another thing. So like, look, I was also thinking deeply about this. I'm glad that it was like number 1 on your list, because this is something that I have been putting quite a bit of time into. Yeah, Crystal, I think NRG is pretty much a jack of all trades. He's a great guy to watch. He has a very unique outlook on the world and is great at crafting and building. So it's definitely somebody, if you want to get that kind of point of view, you should definitely go in there and spend time with them. Like I'm going to be one of these streamers who are always trying to push people into seeing other great streamers that I know of. And he's definitely one that I think could definitely aid people with different types of points of view of what each and every streamer probably should be giving to people. Now, the way I was thinking about this is, obviously, this is giving way too much on the developer overhead side, and I understand that. So no matter, this is going to be actually something that I bring up a lot as the night goes along, because there's only so much you can expect a developer to be able to pursue, right? I mean, you can't expect developers to be turning out new content every other day. Obviously, there's more that goes into it than we personally know, and it's a time-consuming ordeal. So I'm definitely going to give like some kind of leeway to these guys. That, I mean, I don't think they actually have all that amount of time to be switching up and doing stuff that we would like to see them do. But one thing that I think would possibly make it less redundant would be if they just made all of the quests for all of the trees. Like, screw these are only for this tree. In my opinion, why don't they just make all of them on a loop? That way we're not able to lock them in place and get the same quest over and over and over again to do stuff quickly. And we are experiencing the entire world of Dune. Sure, we will still find stuff that we don't like and we try to avoid it, but at least the randomness of what's being thrown at you cannot be manipulated as much as it is currently. I mean, is there any other thing that you could think of, Beast, that could like take away the torturous like loop of 2 or 3 quests that we're doing on a daily basis?
Yeah, well, rotating every week, you know. So the ones that we're in gathering this week, take 2 of them out and put them in crafting. Take 2 out of exploration and put that in combat. You know, switching them around. So you know, you're 1 week you're doing, you know, the lightning dungeon because it's in crafting, and the next week you're doing the fire dungeon because it's in crafting. You know, changing it up a bit, because like yeah said earlier, we all become a habit of, you know, smashing out the same ones over and over again because we can do them quickly. And you know, I was actually quite shocked when they showed how many people are doing how many labs, and the darkness lab was up there, because I think I've done it like maybe 5 times. Fire lab, I couldn't even count how many times I've done it. And I don't think, you know, if you had a reason to go in there because your task was in there this week to do the darkness lab, then that'll give you a reason to go in there and do it because it's part of your tasks, as opposed to just spamming the same labs over and over again because A, of the loot, and B, because it's in your list of tasks. So just rotating them through. Again, have a pool of 10 per thing and just rotate them through even. Just have a couple spare. Maybe keep all the dungeon ones as a separate thing so you can grab them many times. So you just, you know, not be part of your speciality, but you can then at least just grab it because you go into that dungeon right away, as opposed to cancelling tasks to find the dungeon that you're about to go in, or relying on someone else to share it with you. That's one of the things I was thinking about. But in regards to adding more content, instead of creating new content like they've done for this new overland map, which is great. But they've got a lot of content in the game they could already be doing. Like I said, going down to Hager South, go through two of the scavenger main stations and doing a little quest line in there and coming back. That could be one of the things, or killing a certain amount of things on there. So you got to go to, say, Key Rock and then go to Broken Stone in Hager South, and along the way you've also got to kill 10 of the scavengers to do the task. So they could change it up to a lot of things to try and get people to explore the Hager Basin map a bit more. That's already there without having to go to the overland map.
And that reduces that overhead extra work that they're having to do, right? Like, it can't be hard to kill 20 sandflies.
Yeah, kill 20 sandflies while going to this and recovering something, They could do it. Yeah, it's a bit more fetch questy, but it's different. They're all kind of fetch quests in a way, so they could do a lot more there as well. When it comes to exploration, we've got the buggy race, which is great. Sorry, not the buggy race, the sandbike race, which is great. But how about we have a buggy race as well? How about we have it so we're actually racing against other NPCs to get a better time? Little things like that. So you got 2 minutes 30 to do it, but if you do it under 2 minutes, you get an extra 100 house scripts or something like that. If you can do it at 1:30, another extra 500 house scripts. So try and make it a reason for you to get better at it. You're doing the same tasks, but you want to do it faster because you get more house scripts. So you'll learn which corners to take a bit more, where to boost, where not to boost. Try and keep it a bit more interesting. Other than you got 2.5 minutes, you don't even have to boost. You could just, worm around the track and get it done. Just extra little incentives on there. Same back on the sandbike race, for instance. Have a leaderboard of your fastest times to beat. Like at the moment, there's no leaderboard on how fast you can get around. Just little quality of life things like that. They could just make that task that little bit extra interesting every day.
Now, I'm thinking, and this is just me like going off on like, childish dreams and stuff, but you're saying like the buggy race or the sandbike race. We already have houses, right? And this is just something in coordination with what you're saying. I just dreamed it up. Like, well, I'm sure some other people probably have thought about it as well, but we already have houses inside the game. Why not throw NPC races in there, like you're saying, and then it's combat in not like fighting each other combat, but pushing each other off the track, shoving someone down the ravine. Yeah, it'll suck, but at least it's not going to be how many times can I slide before I can't finish this race, or how many times do I go off the right side of the ramp and actually accidentally miss the cliff that I'm trying to get onto. So at least it would definitely give some kind of challenge, right? Having multiple NPCs in there with you. And then, it's kind of like a House Corino or House whatever is the winner. You can put some lore behind it and things along these lines. I like that, dude. That's a great idea. Once again,
absolutely,
guys.
You got all these different sandbike variants, that kind of stuff too. If you got a Harkonnen and a Atreides and a smuggler bike there and you're all racing for it, how cool would that be? And have it that if you have the task with someone in your guild, that you're actually racing each other around the course.
Also, guys, if you have a comment or a suggestion that you would like to throw in there, remember, jump into Discord, hop into the Freeman 2 channel. I'll pull you up one at a time, and we will be discussing these things with you guys while you are on that topic that we are discussing. So don't be a stranger. Make sure that you're jumping in here and you're taking time to share with us what you are thinking about what we're discussing, and that way we can keep everybody's opinion rolling and showing our voices to everybody out there. And you never know, you might have the next great idea that could be put into the game to make stuff work better. So go further, buggy death, and arm the sandbikes, treadwheels. Well, we at least with buggies, I think this is another thing that I'm trying to like express, especially since we're on this topic of the race, because obviously I don't think that race is going to be stream pool channel for waiting. Join the stream pool channel if you want to get pulled in here. Thank you, Matsuda. I have nice people that help me that work through these things because I obviously can't. With the buggy, at least it's giving you the chance to have teamwork. So it's like more of a co-op thing. Thanks, Matsuda. I appreciate it. So I don't know about the sand bike with weapons. Does the sand bike even have? No. But the buggy has rocket launchers or things that you can actually maneuver and aim, right? So
the only way you could have combat on a buggy is if you've got the booster off with the seat there and someone else there saying launch in an ancient way.
There we go. But what I will say is I would love to see Funcom implementing more group-friendly things. Especially, oh, hey, Older, how's it going? Especially the current state of the game with bigger, larger groups. Everyone knows who's playing this game. It's absolutely a nightmare. I think we're going to be discussing that a little bit later anyways, so I won't go too far into it. But at least this gives you like more of an option to be playing around with a group, another person, and competing against other groups of people as well. Wouldn't be so bad. Like, I wouldn't mind there being real live people, not just NPCs, but like actually 4 people in that arena, or even if it's just 2 people in that arena. Jump in, you get it, you queue, people jump in the queue, you race, you combat, you win, you lose, yada, yada, yada. It would be fun. I'm sure that there would be some people that would be upset about it because, you know, you might be blocking their progression. But I mean, maybe there's a way for them to get progress even though they come in second place in the race. I don't know. But definitely something along these lines. I would like to see it. Dude, it's a great idea. Like, the races have so much potential. I agree with you. It's a shame that they're not pushing that potential a lot further than they actually are.
Yeah, at the moment it's just a solo. You go do it done. You're by yourself and you just walk away. Even with just an NPC or 2 that you got to race, even just 3 is, you know, make it that, yeah, you got to complete it 2.5 minutes, but you come first, you get an extra 250 house strips. You come second, you get an extra 100. You come third, you've just completed the task. There's just little tweaks they could do to really give you a reason to try a bit harder to get it, to try do it a bit faster, to, you know, that extra incentive.
Because I'm actually giggling
that's
from what you
task.
said the other day, which is you have that race down to like 1 minute and 45 seconds or something along those lines. It's like
minute 32, I think it is. Yeah.
So it's just I don't know. It just makes me laugh inside. That once you've done it so many times, it's just, you know, exactly. You can see like the tread marks on the racetrack, and you're like, I know this is where I need to start sliding to make it through. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, the only thing that stops me from going faster is if I have a bit of lag, and it, you know, puts me opposite.
100%. All right, so specialization tasks. Yes, we want more. Obviously, we want to see people being able to have more diversity, and the current state of the game as well, because people don't necessarily find it advantageous to be jumping into different skill specializations. We're not really experiencing the full potential of the game, right? We are literally blocking parts of the game off because we just don't want to have access to that shit. So definitely some kind of rotation, some kind of way to make it even like a randomization. If it's too hard to just randomize all, you know, 25 of the quest or coming up 30 of the quest, like you said, just make it for 1 week. The 152 lab and all those quests that go with it, switch over to something else. Switch over to something else the next week. Yada yada yada.
And yeah, that's just talking about just, you know, combat is go and do a couple of things where you got to kill some other, like the assassination task is good, but it's one location, it's the same location, the same thing. How about we have different locations, like the Masquerade leader, the Karab leader, the different things. Like at the moment, we're just doing the same Sandflies leader over and over again. We could definitely do something better with that. Exploration, they could do more things like you got to scale the top of Sentinel Rock and launch a probe, you know, to do a recon of the area kind of thing. Just little things like that. Like you've been up Sentinel Rock once and you probably don't go back. It's a lot of time and development went into that location, and we go there half times and we drive around it. there's a couple of big peaks in the game that, part of the Steam achievements is to climb it. It gives them a reason, A, to climb it, and B, get the Steam achievement as well. They could tie a little bit more things into it like that, in my opinion. It could be tasked to go and scan a region with a probe, and you've got to find the right height to do it. There's a lot of little things that are already in the game that are already 95% of the way there that they could do just to create more tasks, just to have a broader pool of tasks.
Older Gossamer says, and I like this as well. I mean, even something this small leads to more results. And what he's saying is maybe if you're using a Mark III to a Mark VI bike even, or buggies for that matter, because technically you can race it in a buggy. You can race it in whatever the hell you want. But what he's trying to get at
you can
is
only do treadmill and sand bike.
Oh, is it only treadmill and sand bike? Okay, I thought you could do it in buggy. No?
No.
The
Just how do you pack up the buggy? You take it there. You have to build it on the course every time.
Oh, yes, that makes sense. Yeah. So what he's saying is even go so far as to like reduce the amount of times, make the pressure harder if you have a Mark III to a Mark VI. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I mean, even something small like that can definitely, influence the competition or the competitiveness of like each of the various quests that are out there.
Absolutely. I'm doing the buggy race right now as we speak.
Do it.
So,
Step 2, we're talking about reusing old POIs. And I think this is a good tie-in to what we're discussing. So you mentioned about location diversity and things like this. Like what are we trying to get at here? Talk to me.
Well, there's a lot of areas that we don't go back to. Like the only time you go back to Shield is you're doing the next chapter, bunch of information. You got to go there for a fetch quest, or you get in Duralinium. There's no reason to go back there. It'd be good to go back and say go to the Fallen Fremen Temple that's there and retrieve something. And it's another fetch quest. Yeah, they're all fetch quests at the end of the day, but get us exploring different areas. You might have to go to one of the wrecks this week to pick up something that's in the ship, but you might have to go to another one in another area next week. So say, for instance, you got to go to the wreck of blah, blah, blah in Shield to pick up some cargo. The next week you got to go to the wreck that's in, say, Eastern Shield Wall to pick up a different cargo. They've already got those things there where they could have you going. And because it's a PvP area, maybe make it a combat task, because there's the chance that you might bump into someone else there because you're there doing fetch quests at the same time. Keep it a bit more interesting. And reuse some of the old stuff that's in the game. Like they're not shy about reusing old shit. Just look at every chapter. How many times we've got to go back to, the same places like old Karthak and stuff like that. They're not shy with reusing old material, but this is a perfect opportunity. They could be doing some of that as well.
So Ferrix, you got a point here. That would require turning PvP off in all the shipwrecks. Maybe, I mean,
nah, leave PvP on. Leave it on.
And this is what I'm going to get at, right? So they're offering us multiple options out here to do these things out here, right? So if you leave the PvP on, you don't have to go do the PvP. And this is actually offering people who want to do some PvP a chance to do it. Now, the only thing that I'm really worried about that is if you have a really big griefer guild or griefers on your server, that maybe they will be like sitting there trying to grief you off of that quest. But once again, this is something that is going to reoccur over and over again as you guys are listening to my channel. My advice to everyone who is sitting in here is to find a community of people to play with. This game can be played solo or with small groups, but with the oncoming mergers that are going to be taking place here pretty soon, you are going to start noticing that Funcom isn't making a game that's very viable for a solo or a small guild. Now, I'm not saying you have to go join people's guilds. What I'm trying to say here is you need to join a community. For example, with us, you can join our community. You don't have to be in our guild. As long as we know who you are and we know that you're trying to do stuff, we try to help you along with our members and our guilds and things along these lines. So whenever bad things happen on our server, we unite as a community to try to help those people. So this is just one of these situations that Ferrix has brought up to us that will work a lot cleaner if you have a larger community with a diverse group of people that like doing different things, such as PvPing. So if somebody is griefing this PvP spot, for example, or this quest or whatever it would be is at, if you have a larger community that can come out there and help you push that person off, that maintains the integrity of the map itself. So you have, I'm telling you guys right now, the future of this game is literally being in large communities. That's all there. You don't have to be in the same guilds. What you need to do is find a community of people that are working and striving to give you what your gameplay is and trying to help you achieve that alongside everybody else in the community to do so. So yeah, it's pushing griefers off of a map. It's allowing people to go out there and mine stuff or do things in the deep desert in a more safe way. This is the path that I believe is going to create the least resistance for people in the future. So like definitely sit around and put deep thought to it. Because with these mergers coming up, it's going to be pushing a lot of people off these smaller servers where they have quite a bit of freedom. And it's going to be putting them into larger populations of people that may or may not be friendly to the cause that you want to achieve and strive for. Cat Weasel, you say, as a solo player, you have a disadvantage with the overland stations. From level 8, it gets too difficult. I mean, once again, I agree. And I believe that the solution is finding a community of people that you can play with and can help you achieve the goals. Look, there's always, it's not going to be about you all the time. But if you find the right community, you can find that most communities out there aren't going to be aggressive in pushing you to do stuff. They just like having you on the server and playing with them. And from that, you'll still be able to do whatever you want. But there is always going to be some give and take whenever you start running with lots of people. So also keep that in mind. Back to that topic. Diversity.
Yeah, I was going to say, just on that comment about how I can't do above level 8. Well, I'm in the same thing, and I'm in a guild. Running solo is hard for me because I'm melee only, because I use a controller and I can't do range for shit. But that doesn't discourage me. It's just, yeah, you find someone that you want to run with that can do range, and you just hype the boss around. Surely he's not on that server alone, and there's absolutely no one else there to talk to or make friends with. And if, yeah, just reach out to people, make a friend to go and do labs with. It's not that hard. You don't have to be solo. That's your choice.
I really cannot stress, because this, once again, like, not to pull us too far off the topic, because it is still to do with mergers. And for example, mergers are going to affect what we're basically talking about. If they are to start reusing more POIs back in the Haga Basin or whatnot, forced to go back and do stuff with, there is that possibility of PvP spots that you are going to encounter. But once again, like with the merger, this is going to cram more and more people into your sieges. This is going to force you into doing stuff. And I'm getting quite a few comments on my YouTube channel from people saying, if they merge my server to another bigger server, I'm quitting. And I just think, don't. If you enjoy the game, there's no reason to quit. Just kind of break out of the shell and try to find a community of people that have ideas with you. I mean, you'll be amazed how many people out there don't want to wreak havoc and grief people all day long. There's a large number of people who just want this game to work, them work inside of it, and they want to relax and play it when they have free time to do so. So seriously, put a lot of thought into community, guys. Like, I cannot stress it enough. It is the way to go when it comes to this game.
Absolutely. And again, if you choose to be solo or you choose to cross that PvP line, that's your choice. You accepted all that when you did it. You've only got yourself.
Now,
but
keeping that in mind, with reusability of old POIs, and what I'm trying to do here is put out a possibility which might be a disadvantage for that because I don't want to say everything that we talk about is like perfect and it's not going to cause problems. But
No.
one thing that I can think of that would be a potential issue to doing this, right, is that if too many people in that siege get sent to that same area at the same time, this might keyhole it or bottleneck it. And, for example, if you have to kill 25 sandflies at this POI, you might have to start waiting for a long time and you start getting a lineup of people waiting. And then it just becomes a free for all who can shoot the sandflies first, right? So,
Yeah, well, that's not just a kill task. It'll be go to this here, do that, and try and kill 20 along the way or something like that. Or again, you could have bonuses tied into the task that while you're doing this here and then go and recon there, if you kill 20 scavengers, you get this many house scripts. You kill 100 scavengers and you get extra house scripts. They could tie that kind of shit in there if they wanted to. So if you want to run around island and kill extras, go for gold. Open up to what you want to do a bit more.
So, Asrium, you were saying we do not invite solo players. Had too many bad experiences with them joining and crafting assaults and carriers because their quest told them so. Wait, are you talking about using your base to craft these things? Look, I'm going to tell you guys this again as well. And this is just the way I play. If you are in a group of friends that you can trust, all right, that you've been playing with for a long time, I can count on one hand how many people I trust with all the crap in my base, dude. This is how many people, and I have a large community of people around me. I can count on one hand how many people I would actually give the opportunity to use something in my base. Just because you're a solo player doesn't mean you have to give them administration rights or rights to use your base. In my opinion, the way this game works, everyone likes to build anyways to some degree or another. Just don't let people live in your base. If they're solo, don't let them into your base. If they need something, hand it to them. But make sure that everybody understands that they need to have some kind of level of culpability to prove that they can survive by themselves out here in Arrakis. There's no need to give somebody free reign on all of your supplies. So what I'm trying to say, Azaram, when you say we don't invite solo players, I don't necessarily invite solo players either. If we have a spot open in our guild, they ask for it, I give it to them. But if they say, can I come? Do I have access to a guild base? We always say there is no guild base. There's literally your base and my base. And if you need help getting the materials to craft your carrier, your assault, your sandcrawler, we will go out there together and we will achieve this with you. We will help you learn how to do this and take care of yourself. We always try to go with the teach a man to fish strategy. Like, we don't just give it. We're going to make you actually go out there with us and we're going to help you do it. That's just the way that we do it. So if you're a solo player, you should not be expecting to get access to people's bases. If you are a guild and you are giving solo players access to your base or people that you don't know, you are going to be in for a rude awakening 99.9% of the time. So don't be doing that.
Again, that's a choice that they're making to allow that. There's a reason why every box, every crafting bit of gear has permission levels. Use it.
For me, it's not the problem being solo, but make a sort of waiting line for people to join up in the stations. Then you can make the friends on the server that way. Sure. I mean, I know there are some games where, what is it, Beast? Sorry.
I was going to say they got to fix the scaling issue with groups first before you start doing groups in those.
Yeah, and actually, to go back onto what you were saying earlier, Cat Weasel. Actually, I think there's more of a disadvantage to running with groups than solo in the Overland Station maps at the moment. But
that's a completely different topic I've got on page like 17.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that here in a minute, and I guess we should move on. Like, we aren't exactly addressing anything else that's dealing with this, so we can just kind of move on to the next one, which I believe would be centralized reward collection.
Yeah, okay, yep, we can move on to that. So the last little, let me just get in the shade before I die of heat stroke. So yeah, the sabotage, the last thing I had there was, utilize some of the buggies and sand bikes, that kind of stuff that are in the trading posts, and you could put like tracking beacons on them or explosives on them that, when they drive off to go do something, that bang, that's your sabotage quest done. Gathering, have it that you have to go and collect, a backpack full of carbon ore and drop it at a trade post. Little things like that get you gathering those resources that you might not have gathered before with a cut array or a buggy or whatever. Also tying to the Steve achievements of getting the 10,000 hand mining. They just need to tie a few more things into stuff like that. Same as gathering quests like ship manifests and opal fire gems. I don't know if they still drop in ships. I haven't cut open a ship in a long time. Can anyone in the chat confirm if they still drop in ships?
What
if
are we
so,
looking for?
The ship manifest and the opal fire gems.
They still drop.
They still drop? Okay. Again, that could be part of the gathering. You hand in 20 opal fire gems as a task, so you got to go and find some wrecked ships somewhere. There's a lot of other stuff they could be doing. And just, rotate them. Have 10 tasks, rotate through them. If they're not going to switch the tasks from category to category, just rotate between that one category. So it just keeps it fresh. It encourages going back to older locations and exploring sections that you might have breezed over to try and get to the end game that a lot of people did. The structure's already there. We might as well be using it. So the next thing is that's deep desert. Oh, yeah, with some of the tasks. Why don't we throw some deep desert tasks in there? Why don't we go out to one of the testing stations there and retrieve something? The deep desert at the moment, there's just nothing going on there. They need to try and incorporate some reason to go back. It could be a gathering task to go gather, 200 titanium ore to drop it at a trade post. They could be doing a hell of a lot more with what's already in the game.
Now, so
and again, if you're going into the DD, make it that there's more of a risk, so there's more of a reward. If you choose a DD task over a Haggar task, you get double the experience points, something like that. Are you going to do the risk and go into the DD to go do something for the extra points? You might.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, that's the whole point of the deep desert, right? More risk, more reward. Kondo does throw something out here. Well, before that, Schaefer says they need group finders like ESO or other games. I mean, I could see group finders really quick, just like touch on it so that we don't pass that up. We can bring that back up a little bit later as it is on the list that we're going to cover as we're working through this. But I think currently what Beast said makes the most sense. Until they work out the scaling of groups, we don't necessarily want to have group finders right now. Trust me, you don't want a random group of people running into like a level 8 radiation lab with you. It won't be very fun, trust me. Con says
you could have the 4 best people in the guild and still absolutely struggle for those bloody dungeons.
We get hammered in that thing in like level 6 and 8, so it's tough. When you have 30 or 35 missions to do, you don't want one mission to take 25 minutes to complete.
Correct.
It's true.
That's why you can pick tasks. If you are happy to go do one crafting, one gathering, one exploration, you could do that all in the one area. So you don't need to take 25 minutes per task if you cycle through the tasks. If you just want to go and run, like every time I get a lab task, I go to level 1, run through it, and I can have it done in like 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes max.
Look, I do have
need to set it to 10.
I do have a deep respect for people who are running those like at a higher level, but I'm like you, dude. I want to get it over with because we're also running multiple accounts, Beast and I. So we're not exactly 30 for 35. We're more like 70 for 35. Whenever you think about it, it's kind of tough. Lance, yeah, we've seen the pirate ship, dude. It looks great. It's been out there for a while, right? Anything else that we want to throw on this one?
That's about it for speciality, I reckon. We could talk about tasks and what's in the game or what we could be using for bloody all night. So, but yeah, I just want to reiterate that there's a lot in the game already we could be using without having to create new content and going over old content. There's a lot there that you can have it so it's fresh every week. You could if there's that much content in the game already that you could have 5 new tasks every week for a month. just reutilizing some of the old things and just changing the style of the fetch quest up, because that's all they are, really.
And
Doesn't matter how much you sugarcoat it, it's still a fetch quest.
I really think you've touched on something which is going to become a future reality. With the way that they are doing the LANDSRAAD overhaul, the Deep Desert overhaul, I do believe that we are going to be seeing Deep Desert quests. I don't necessarily know if I want it to be, hey, go capture these points to get the quest over with, but I do believe they are going to be putting Deep Desert stuff into these quest lines.
Oh, good shit. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely need to
I
make the
don't
DD great again.
I don't know how exactly they're doing it, but Joel has said we are redesigning the Deep Desert. We are returning the Deep Desert to its original form, and we are adding the quests to LANDSRAAD. We don't know exactly what the quests are going to be, but once again, this is something that you need to be thinking about as a community and groups. You might be getting more rewards for doing these things, and the bigger the community you have, the more access you have on your server to assure safety when doing these type of things. And once again, the closer mergers get, the more your server starts filling up, the less excessive this is going, or the more excessive this is going to become for you. So please keep that in mind. Groups, as I can't preach it enough, communities and larger groups. Next, what do we got?
Alrighty. Next thing is house rewards and NPC roles. Like we saw the tax collector become a bloody desk ornament just sitting there doing nothing in Arakeen and Harko Village now. Everyone looks after the poor old quartermaster who's just sitting there doing nothing in the sun all day as well. You know, give him some kind of use again. Your faction is either, well, we don't want to talk about factions, but you are aligned to either Harkonnen or Atreides, and there's a quartermaster who was all about the LANDSRAAD that's now doing nothing. We should be picking up our rewards from him. It's a good spot to drop a container, to pile all your rewards in, and fly off. They need to change it from going around the map to these different house representatives to pick up your rewards. They need to get rid of that. Again, then you touch on the thing of, well, what happens to those guys out in the maps doing nothing? I think you cannot do that house on the LANDSRAAD until you've met the representative out in the world. If you've met them, talk to them, maybe do a quest for them, then they give you permission to rep for their house on the LANDSRAAD. That's another 25 quests they could be doing on earlier on to get you into LANDSRAAD. They could tie that into getting to level 5 on the LANDSRAAD for new players, to go around and meet all the NPCs, to then get into the LANDSRAAD. You still have to go to them to bribe them if you want to open up a tile. Keep that going. If you want to collect a house swatch from them, you have to go back and collect it off them. But everything else in regards to rewards, I think you should be picking up from the quartermaster.
I like this. And I know a lot of people aren't going to like it because it's going to require you to have to travel around the map. But at least it's immersing you into the game, right? It's forcing you to actually go out there and interact with it.
Yeah, but when you got two characters like me and you, and we go heavy on the LANDSRAAD, and we've got to go around, like at the moment, I put a container on a carrier, I Steam Link from my really shitty computer to my mobile, and I put one character in the carrier and one character on the laptop and go around and pick up all those quests in one go, because to do it twice is an absolute bloody nightmare. And a lot of people, I'm going to tell you now, a lot of people don't pick up those rewards. They don't, especially now because it's 0 grade schematics. They don't even bother picking it up. They don't. If they get a house watch, they might go and pick it up, but that's it. They are not picking up their 10,000 Solari. It's not worth it.
So, Older, you want there to be more taxes like the old school? You want to bring the tax system back? I don't know, dude.
No.
I don't really. No, not you, Beast. Older Gauze Gamer says just pay the taxes old school style. I don't know. Like, I never understood taxes to begin with, but Beast also makes a point. The tax collector now is just like a useless body inside of two cities. I don't know that I've ever. It was a redundant measure to begin with, where not only were you having to maintain your power, but you're also having to pay the taxes. And for me, it was just a redundancy that didn't need to be there. But that's my opinion on it. Like, I'm sure people have diverse feelings on this thing. And I mean, if you do have a feeling about it, I once again would would invite you into Discord and, ask you guys to come in and talk to us, because we love to hear opinions on this. But
have we got anyone in the Discord that wants to talk about anything we've talked about so far?
Nobody's offering up today. People are getting shy this week, it looks like. It's okay. I think as the night goes along, people will warm up and we'll get some callers in. Just so that you guys know it, this is our Discord. Make sure to come and join in. You are going to have to accept the rules in order to see the channels, but we have the channel for you to jump into called the Stream Pool. If you are looking to express your opinion on anything we are talking about, jump in here. We'll pull you in. We'll let you talk to us, and we'll just keep on moving on with the conversations. Nat Hunter, how's it going, man? Good morning to you as well. Yeah, I don't necessarily think they need to bring taxes back. Like, I'm not going to say I am the end all voice on this, but taxes just were a pain in the ass, and they were a redundancy that didn't need to be there.
They're a pain in the ass in real life. Why do you want to do it in the game?
Especially, look, some people just I don't want to curtail off too much on this. And I understand if you want to do it, the tax wise stuff, understood. Like, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I just don't want to do the taxes again. And this was, whenever they took the taxes out, it felt like they made a move forward in what I want this game to be. So I don't want to go back in time, right? Not having taxes no, I don't think any of us are really that big of fans. Not having taxes and the Sardaukar that used to destroy your sub fief played a role of a lot of people getting banned. Okay, I don't think it was the taxes necessarily that was banning people. That Sardaukar exploit should have gotten people banned. That was actually the beginning of the crisis that we just got finished facing. And luckily it's not there, so I don't need to go into it too much. But I'm glad they were able to snuff that out really quick. Show your support for the Imperium without the Sardaukar on your back. Yeah, well, okay, look at this. At one point, I believe Beast actually had sort of something. If I can remember, didn't you come up with an idea where the Sardaukar would start coming to your base and attacking it if you weren't paying your taxes? And that would give you something to fight them off, and it would give you something to do, right? It would be similar to the Conan, what's it called, where they come in and fight you.
Yeah, I don't play Conan, but I think, one of my ideas once upon a time was, if you come back to your base and it's unpowered, there's a couple of Sardaukar there waiting for you, but I've got to take them out and go pay your taxes. And, for taking them out, you pay an extra bounty or something. I probably mentioned that at some stage, but I can't remember.
Wait a second. Khan is saying that was part of the game? Was that part of the game? I don't know, dude. I always paid my taxes. Like, I'm one of these nerdy, goody two shoes social people. Like, I literally always paid my taxes. But you're saying I think there should be more Sardaukar patrols. I mean,
there's none on the Eastern Shield Wall.
With the Sardaukar patrols, they used to be scary, but they're not anymore. And I think this is kind of feed back into what Beast was saying earlier about wanting there to be more replayability from old POIs inside of the Haga Basin or whatnot. Like, the Haga Basin, and I think this becomes evident in most games. Obviously, you do one area, you move on from it. But most of the time, you're not spending the vast majority of your time still in that area. Like, no matter what, we still spend a considerable amount of time in the Haga Basin. The fact that the Haga Basin isn't offering us more activities to replay it is kind of, a loss of an opportunity for the company, for sure.
Yeah, and that whole dynamic encounters was an absolute waste of time. Like
Yeah.
the people with the flares going up, that was, if anything, that should have been in the DD more than anything. You're flying over, going to Spicefield, you see a flare. What's going on over there? That would have been more interesting than in bloody Haga. That was just a waste.
So yeah, no, I don't think so either, Older. I don't think there was an exploit at one point where you could pull NPCs into your base and into someone's base and do things, but they got rid of
That was a while ago.
And I don't think that was from a Sardaukar patrol. Well, I mean, it could have been a Sardaukar patrol, but I don't think it was necessarily the Sardaukar coming to attack your base because of lack of taxes.
No, that wasn't Sardaukar. That was just getting any NPC with compel and getting them to shoot at the sub thief because they could damage the sub thief, but you can't. So you used to have to, I think, there's a video I saw once where you had to hide behind the sub thief while they're shooting at you and wait to eventually destroy the sub thief. Again, that's just an exploit, and if you've got much time in the day to be doing that shit, then good luck to you.
Well, if you say so, Con, I don't remember. Once again, I wouldn't know. I always just paid my taxes, so maybe they did, and we just didn't know about it because we just paid our taxes. They took the Sardaukar out after they made it so NPCs could not damage your base any longer. Yeah, but I'm kind of with Beast on this. I don't remember it being a matter of the Sardaukar attacking your base. I just remember it being a matter of you pulling NPCs into that base. But maybe you're right. Maybe those were Sardaukars attacking and people were exploiting it. Maybe that's it. Once again, I don't do exploits. I don't cover them. I don't show people how to do them. I don't do them myself. So if that was the case, then that's crazy. No, I mean, you just introduced something to me that I had no idea about in that case. So
yeah, I don't remember it being Sardaukar. I think it was just getting someone from a local camp to try and hype them over and compel and stuff like that and hope that they didn't break along the way. But again, it's a lot of work for raiding someone's dead base. There's more important things to be doing in the game than that shit, like the actual game itself.
So many better things to do than screwing somebody's life up or taking away someone's base. Like the amount of energy some people put into just destroying somebody's day is just remarkable, in my opinion. It was a melee NPC from a camp, is what TK is saying. People used it because they could move further and before running back to said camp. All right, thanks, TK. I appreciate that.
There you go. Alrighty. But no, just back to rewards and house rewards and that. Just using that quartermaster again. It gives you more of the reason to go back to where your faction base is. Since you've done the Atreides quest line to get to 5, how often do you go back to Helios Gate? You don't.
You
should be going there. Like you just don't. Like to be buying the house stuff. The Atreides faction stuff that should be at Helios Gate as well. I think some of it is. I don't know if all of it is, but they've got these locations in the game already well and truly established. They could be using it. They really could be using it.
And it truly is a waste. We do, whether you're going to admit it or not, we still spend a large amount of our game time in Haga Basin. The only reason this isn't the case in other MMOs or survivals is because you move past that. Like, think about just really quick with this. Like, for example, Conan Exiles. You stay on the starter river for a short amount of time. You progress to the desert. You progress to the Mounds of the Dead. You progress to the snow. As you are progressing, you are building bases around where you're moving because you're finding higher locations with better stuff. The problem with this game is the only place else that you have to move isn't permanent. It's only part-time. So you're literally going to the deep desert, doing your work, but you're bringing everything back with you to the Haga Basin. So I agree with you 100%, Piece. Like, they are missing out on a lot of opportunity to be making the Haga Basin more influential, more active for people to get into. And it's a great place. Like, this is where our memories, and for most of us, our best memories in the game are, right?
Absolutely.
Moving on.
Absolutely.
Sorry for cutting you off.
That's all right. No, going back to, I've just been searching good old Google, and yes, testing station 24 and testing station 89 are both in Gathering. So those two testing stations are in the same speciality. That's crazy, because that means there's one speciality that doesn't have a testing station in there as a task.
Yeah,
That's a massive oversight, in my opinion.
I think so too. Or it was just, no, you're there. It's oversight completely, because I mean,
Yep.
why? It just makes sense. There's 5 of them. Why
Yep.
would there be
5
one
trees,
for each
5
tree?
testing stations. Let's double up one in a tree, because yeah.
Which one is it in again? Gathering.
Gathering, yeah.
And I mean, that's not even a gathering focus. You know what I mean?
Oh, it is. You go and you collect blood from one of the suboids at the end.
Ah,
but
okay.
In all seriousness, you go to the electric dungeon and you go and pick up bits and pieces and gather it and then craft something in the end. Therefore, it's crafting. Fire dungeon is combat, where you just go and kill her. And then you've got poison station, which is you go and read lab notes and then get something at the end. So that's gathering as well. So they're all kind of gathering at the end of the day, besides one. To put 2 of them in the one tree, that's just oversight. It really is.
Definitely.
But anyway, so back to Lance, because we're all still talking LANDSRAAD. Now, rewards and progression scaling. Now, this is a bit of a sore point. Like, I've literally just clicked level 19. I've got grade 3 gear. Why would I want to max out to get grade 6 gear if it's 0 with the LANDSRAAD rewards? It should scale with the level that you are in your house at the moment. So, for instance, I'm level 19, about to go to 20. I should be getting grade 3, or grade 4 augment. Grade 3 or grade 4 schematics, because that's going to allow me to get into those higher dungeons anyway without having to grind for that gear as much. Because at the moment, it's hard to get the graded gear. They could be incorporated into, if you can work your way up to that level, you've got just as much chance of getting that gear from LANDSRAAD rewards as you do from doing the labs. Give another avenue of getting the gear.
Now,
so at the moment, why would you want to get another, grade 0 forge helmet for LANDSRAAD when you're really after a grade 4? It's pointless. Again, it's another reason why you won't go around the map to collect crap that you don't need.
See, Tyler, now you know why I keep Beast around. He makes good ideas. He makes logical reasoning that actually could make the game better. Currently, they need
to redo that structure. Like, at the moment, the point system is, I think it's still the same. It's like 750, 3,500. It's these weird oddball numbers. They should just make it 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000, 14,000. Have 7 tiers. They can keep the existing tiers in there and then add some additional tiers in there. So they can put augment schematics in there. That 12,000 points, you can get augment schematic. It's a gamble if it's going to be a garment one, or if it's going to be a melee one, or it's going to be something else. You can stretch that over as additional rewards for wanting to do the LANDSRAAD. At the moment, it's grade 0 schematics and a whole bunch of MK5 gear. It's pointless. Give us a reason to want to max out those houses. Force us into, if they're going to keep the tasks for gathering all the same, and you see that, hey, you can get a grade 3 forge helmet there, but you're going down the combat path, you're going to turn around and say, you know what? No, I'm going to do exploration this week because I want to get that house maxed out to get that schematic. It gives you a reason to get out of the rut that you're in of doing one specialization tree.
I think, look, this is my view on Funcom in general. I think they are quickly trying to roll out content to us to try to keep us happy, because they can definitely see that there's an appetite here, which is in every game, right? But I think Funcom sees that appetite. I think they try to roll content out to us as quickly as possible so that we stay active in the game. But they don't take time to say, how can we use the existing systems that we already have to tie into this new content? And I agree with you, Tyler. Like, this gives, what Beast is saying gives us a reason to grind rep. Now, the mats that come with it kind of reduce the amount of time you have to spend out in the open world gathering the crap, right? Obviously, but to get it, and I'm going to add another thing on top to this, a second layer to this. When you do win the LANDSRAAD, they've made choosing LANDSRAAD objectives even easier because, for example, the weapons vendor, from now, if you win the LANDSRAAD, no one's going to pick the weapons vendor because all you're going to get is a level 0 weapon from it. So even that doesn't make sense to me. But once again, I think it's because they're rolling out content. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to actually support the devs here. And I think it's because they're being forced to roll out content so quickly that they're not having time, or they just don't have enough people applied to the development of the game to say, hey, look, this would be a good connection. Keeping that in mind, that's the reason why we are here tonight. This is the reason why we do the roundtable. This might be something that is obvious to us and we put out, but those people who are having to go to the office on a daily basis, actually type in the code and do crap, don't have time to make that connection. Oh, crap, we're leaving these house reps out completely. This is a chance for us to do so. And this is why we are here. We don't do these roundtables in the belief that Funcom comes and watches them and takes notes on us. We do these so that as a community of people, we can come to a consensus on some kind of idea, which we then can apply and start popping those suggestions to Funcom and maybe make them aware of these like positive aspects of, for example, making the LANDSRAAD houses give the level that you are at, that you are grinding, right? It makes perfect sense to me to do that as well.
And this is the
Thank you, Sazi.
When you've got a vast majority of different people playing the game in guilds, that kind of stuff, and a larger audience, this is the kind of feedback that you get. This is not the kind of stuff you get in the PTC. The PTC is a lot of solo players, from my understanding. I've never been on the PTC. A lot of solo players just trying to do a bit of content, doing a couple of things, and then go back to their game, the original game as such. When it's open like this, you'll find so many other things that would never picked up on the PTC, and this is where they are starting to listen to us. Look how fast they acted on the Hagar Basin thing. Look how fast they've been acting on other stuff lately. They've already got another overland location for us coming without any of us even asking for it. We're starting to get a little bit bored. But we need to get together as a community. These suggestions. If something really clicks with you tonight, dump it in their Discord. Dump it in their Facebook. Dump it in their face. They can only ignore it for so long before vast majority of other people start saying that's a great idea. And they try and implement it. Hey, Flower Sand, I just want to say it. They're working on it. How many times we complained about it? They're working on it.
Dinger, you think the devs don't like to hear what the player is wanting because we all want different things? Yeah, but once again, this is the entire reason why we do these roundtables. Because it's not that Beast and I believe we are the authority on what will make the game better. What we're doing is proposing, because we know we're not, dude. Like, trust me. I mean, I might have an ego, but it's not that large. It's that we're trying to address and highlight as many things that are happening in the game that we can think about as the weeks go on through the game. That way we can get feedback not only from you guys, but also we can give our ideas. And if you like those ideas, Like B said, you can start proposing those ideas to people. The more those ideas start to narrow, the less that it becomes a diverse like onslaught of messages being sent to the devs saying you have to do like these 1,000 tasks. No, it starts slimming down to like 20 or 30, a more controlled version of it, right? And this is also why, once again, we always ask you guys, jump into Discord with us. Talk to us. Tell us what you think. If you think what we're talking about is stupid, come tell us you think it's stupid. If you think, hey, what you said is great, but I have like a side idea, hop in here. We will be more than happy to draw you in here, give you a chance to talk and explain what you want, and, you know, let the community hear what you have to say. We are not trying to be the authority. We are trying to open up Discord with you guys so that everybody has a saying or an opinion that they can bring into the conversation. Moving on.
Yeah, I can't believe there's no one else in here. Like, you know,
But we're usually beating people off, and I think it's because
I know.
I think
Hey,
it's
well,
because
what you do in your spare time's up to you, mate. You know,
100%.
fighting people out of the Discord, beating people off, that's a different story. But anyway,
100. Hey. Now I think about it, that didn't sound so good. Raven, they can't fix it for everyone. They can only work on what's probably the overall. They can't fix it for what everyone wants in different ways. Yeah, I agree. Exactly. 100%. Still in the process of waking up. Okay. Sazi's still waking up. He said, we might get Sazi in here a little bit later.
Awesome.
I can report after checking myself. Chests are dropping double BPs. Which chests are these, Drafe? Yeah, that is nice. Let us know what chests they are so we can tell people here in a minute. All right, moving on. Or staying here.
Alrighty. Where were we? Oh, yeah, because currently it's 0 grade, so they need to scale with you with what dungeons you're doing. And not just that, if you're running, say for instance, you're running level 19 fire dungeon, but you have not done darkness past 5, you cannot get anything other than a grade 0 or a grade 1. You need to try and level all the dungeons equally. You need to be at least a minimum 10 on every dungeon to get the grade 2s and 3s, to get that tier as such. That way it's forcing you to go into and explore the other content in the game that you probably won't even like doing. But it's a way of getting people into those other dungeons that they don't like to do.
And in that case, I'm only going to get like tier 3 ones because there's no way I'm getting past like level 7 or level 8 of the radiation zone. But look, also I want to add to that.
That comes down to when we talk about testing stations lately on how they can fix that scenario.
I'm going to add to this because this would cure another element in the game that I'm hearing about on Discord, which I find to be really interesting. Actually, I'm gonna name shame. It's not really name shaming because Matsuda can literally run like level 19s on repeat by himself solo. But when I talk to him on a daily basis, I'm asking him, you know, what level did you get to in radiation? And he's like, I only got to like a low level. I don't remember which one it would be, but he's like, there's nothing there for me. I don't want to run it. So like all the gear that I want to get is in a matter of like 3 dungeons, 3 overland testing stations. There's 2 testing stations that he's like, it's not worth me even trying to run them at higher levels because they're not dropping the gear that I want. So at least this would be curing that issue, right? Exactly. Like Matsu is saying, if you were getting stuff from the LANDSRAAD vendors at the level that you had worked up to with all of the testing stations, it gives you a reason to jump in there and do the shadow or the radiation or whatever it would be that you're trying to avoid. But now Earl AQ says LANDSRAAD shouldn't give tier gear. It's not individualized rewards, but set server rewards. LANDSRAAD should give X amount of melange. So what you're saying is LANDSRAAD shouldn't be giving out gear. It should just be giving us stuff like melange or plastinium. Is this what we're trying to get at, Earl? Like, once again, guys, if you hate waiting for the time delay on YouTube or Twitch to type in, or you hate typing, literally join us on Discord. You can leave the Discord as soon as you're done, but you can jump in here and just talk to us. Like, You don't have to sit and type all the time.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It should be more resource based to help you, get to the next set of gear and that kind of stuff. But again, remove the schematics, have it as augments. Augments are the go-to thing at the moment. Maybe introduce it, get rid of the gear grading and have it as augment grading. That's a bit more, probably a bit more forgiving. The other thing too with reward structure, which is the next thing I was going to talk about, is once you get that house swatch, there's no point going to 14,000. So maybe make it that once you get that house swatch, it swaps out per house scripts. You get to 14,000, you get an extra 2,000 house scripts. Because there's no point.
Go on.
Yeah, there's no point going to 14,000 really for another house swatch that you've already got. So, swap it out with something like house scripts. Once you got that swatch, you can get something else.
Now, Dinger just put something out there saying Spice Melange is too easy to get. Now, I want to throw this reality out here. And this has been a reality I've been trying to make apparent to everybody for the last 2.5 months. Every day that you're not out there getting Spice Melange and Plastinium, you're wasting a lot of time, because as the days are progressing, it's only going to become more difficult to do this. So currently, I know your situation, Dinger. So I'm not going to explain to everybody why Spice Melange is easy for you to get. But there are servers where Spice Melange isn't going to be easy to get. And the more that mergers start happening, or what, they're not mergers, right? Technically, they're calling them, what are they calling them? Like they're moving people. They're not merging. They're I don't know, herding people or something like this. I forget the word for it. Anyways, the more that your server starts becoming populated, the less easy it's going to be getting these resources. Not only because there's a possibility for PvP, but even with our current server, with Cetus, the amount of competition to get Spice and Plastinium is starting to become more and more abundantly clear that there's a lot of people on the server, and we're only running at 53 people on the server out in the deep desert. So imagine what it's going to be like when you have 100 plus people on a server. It's going to become a lot more demanding. There's going to be a lot less opportunity for you to be doing this stuff. So once again, Spice Melange might be easy for you to get at this point, but in the near future, you might start finding that it's more difficult than you think. Not only because you might be getting blocked via PvP, but because you might be getting blocked via to rarity of that item out there due to overgrinding.
And again, you will be forced to buy it off the auction house, which will create some kind of economy in the game again.
Goofy says bosses need special gear drops. I mean, you kind of get the gear drops from the chest afterwards. I don't necessarily care that. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, Goofy. I'm just saying I think the mentality of the game currently is you fight the boss to get access to the chest. The chest is the boss's drop, right? But okay. And I want to also report that Krezel is saying all overland testing stations are double X dropping stuff. So this must be part of the double XP stuff. So keep that in mind, everybody, when you're out there running. It looks like we might be getting 2 times XP or 2 times blueprints as well as XP.
Schematics.
That's awesome. I'll go with that.
That'd be nice.
Neural Amp. Spikes is easy for veterans, but newbies still need it. Even on peaceful servers, they are competing with vets with good equipment, even though they have to avoid griefers. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Neural Amp. Literally, the more people that are being migrated, that's the word. The more people that are being migrated to your server, the less opportunity there's going to be out there, just because the rarity of that resource being out there. So keep that in mind, guys. You need to be stacking up. If you're on a easy server right now, You need to be taking advantage of that and getting as much as you can. Experienced that in Harmony before Chapter 3. Then as it got close to it, people kept on coming, grinding, and had to resort to getting leftovers. Yeah. Hey, VMAC, good morning to you. Yeah, exactly. This is going to be the outcome here pretty soon. So make sure that you have a nice little nest egg before the mergers start happening. Or once again, community. Make sure that you're joining people that have like-mindedness to you, that are trying to achieve the same goals as you, and then pursue with that community the greatness of what it can make for everyone. Okay, maybe this chest gives us stuff you can only find in their bio or fire like. Once again, I think, Goofy, that's already the case. There's kind of a scheme that goes with each boss. Like the fire dungeon gives you, if I'm not correct, the pyro rocket and what's the other thing it gives you? The blades. Yeah. So it's already doing that currently. Once again, you fight the boss. By beating the boss, you get access to the chest. I'd welcome Melange as a LANDSRAAD reward. Well, I going back to what Earl AQ was saying. Yeah, the Spice Melange as a reward doesn't sound so bad, actually. But
you to open up a house early, you pay with Spice Melange, so kind of defeats the purpose
exactly.
To pay to get Melange back.
Like literally, it costs 300 Spice Melange to open that house up. So it would have to be somewhat worth it. And that up to this point, that's what the LANDSRAAD rewards were. They were BPs, or schematics, if you want to use the right word. I'd be said it. I should be using the right terminology, I guess. They were schematics that made it worth your time. For example, if you weren't getting access to a large PvP cave back in the day, to get a chance to get, say, pincushion gear, the LANDSRAAD was the alternative choice for you to go to, and you could get pincushion, every single week, different pieces. So that's what kind of made it good. Now, I don't know about anything else with that. And what are we saying here? They're closing servers and forcing you to transfer to a server of your choice that isn't being closed. Yeah, well, they're calling it migration. Plus DD Remake will probably send it all PvP. What do you mean, Earl AQ, send it all PvP? Once again, guys, if you don't want to wait for that delay, hop into Discord and share your thoughts with us instantaneously so that you don't have to type. What is the purpose of getting higher level gear? I would say it is to stay alive in PvP. Yes and no. There's two sides to that sword. And Beast might disagree with me, but one side of it is go deeper in the testing station at higher levels. However, at a certain point, there's no reason to go deeper in the testing station except to just flex and be like, look at me, I can go to level 26. The other one would be PvP, because as we all know and we're aware of, and it's going to become an issue here relatively soon. Literally, if you're getting like a grade 5 Ancient Way or Lasgun, you can almost zero a carrier out of the sky with that thing.
Yes.
And what I'm trying, especially if you have the augment capability to put multiple augments into this thing. Now, keeping this in mind, this is something that I've been thinking about as well. Hearing these horror stories, possible horror stories of the future, is I'm wondering if the dev team is actually taking time to combat that tier 5 or grade 5 gun with better parts for your ornithopter. Because if you're getting super explosive weapons, but you're not compensating on the vehicle side of it, it's kind of defeating the purpose of being out there and doing stuff, if you know what I mean. But I mean, for me, it's a double-edged sword. Like it is also PvE to go deeper into it, right? Unfortunately, Nerdbird, I think I will be forced to quit if servers get full. I'm predominantly playing on a Steam Deck, and performance is terrible on a super full server like PAX. That's why I play on low pop servers now. Sad times for me, but I get what they are trying to do. So at the very beginning, I don't know how many people, there was only like 12 people or so that was in the stream at that point. I introduced like 3 major themes that, you know, once we're all done, I really wanted to address and not take away from Beast's list of things that he's trying to cover tonight. But like one major issue, which I'm starting to see reoccur in my YouTube channel, is that people now are saying, if they force me off my server, I'm quitting. And I didn't even think about Steam Deck. There's probably a large, well, I don't know. I'm sure there's a sizable amount of people who run Steam Decks and play the game on it. I don't know, actually. But yeah, performance will definitely become an issue that might not be overcomable, if that's even a real word. I think I just invented that one. But like in general, I'm not exactly happy hearing people say, if there is a merge and I'm forced off my server into a larger server, I'm just going to quit. Maybe you got your money's worth and you're done with it. I don't know, but I don't want that to be the scenario. I don't want that to be the solution that people are falling back on. If there's something that we can be doing to combat that, that's really something that somewhere in the future we need to start thinking about. And the sooner we start thinking about this, the better, because we need to start finding places for people to do these things. Wait, did they announce 4 server migration now? I can't find the statement. Bakakaze. That's like a double one. Yeah, Baka, they didn't say it's happening now, but they finally announced it last night. Well, my night, your morning, depending on where you're at. That server mergers are now going to be a reality. So you need to start thinking about it. LANDSRAADs could be weapon skins, vehicle skins, deco items, or items like the poison pills or pill for fire resistance, shock resistance, etc. Nice, usable, consumable items. Yeah, I could go with that. Not on I could go with that. I agree with that for sure. Could have some no drop items, making raids more unique. Thinking also this helps via the broken economy. So no drop items. What do we mean by no drop items exactly?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of that one. Oh, it means low drop items, maybe.
Oh, it may have been a typo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure. Why not? I see no reason for that. From Iggy at 5.4 this morning. One thing that I can say is that when character migrations start, you will be able to select where to transfer by yourself. So you won't be funneled to a predetermined server unless you choose not to manually transfer before the deadline. Then the system will ship those characters automatically. Very true. And this is once again why I'm bringing this up multiple times tonight to everybody. This is the time for you to start thinking about community. It doesn't have to be with me. It could be with any community that's out there. But the more quickly you react to this issue and you start thinking about, I love this game, I want to keep playing it, I need to find people who want to play the game with me in the same way. It doesn't mean you have to join their guild and do what they tell you. You'll find that there are communities out there similar like ours that we're not gonna force you to join us. And we're gonna, if you need help, say farming plastinium or something, we'll go out there and help you do it. So there are communities out there that are very, very much open to helping people, regardless of whether you're directly related or not. So my only advice to people at this point is, with these migrations coming, you need to definitely be thinking about a community. And if you need help finding a community that will work for you, reach out to me and talk to me. Look, I'll be the first one to tell you, you don't necessarily need to be coming to us. We might not be giving you what you're looking for. And on other occasions, for example, Beast is running community on OCE servers. So I get people that come in and say, what server are you on? We're like, Cetus, where's that at? NA West. And they're like, oh, that server might be too laggy. Where are you at? OCE. I'm like, dude, you need to go talk to my boy Beast because he's running a community in the OCE that will be beneficial for you to be jumping in to have people to run around with. I do it to EU. I send people to LANDSRAAD. I send people to NRG. I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to be the best fit for you. All I'm saying is at some point you need to start reaching out there and hearing the ideology of these people in these communities and start trying to find a place for yourself to get welcomed and like fit in comfortably. Just, test the waters. That's all that comes down to. Honestly, if forced migration reduces my enjoyment of the game, then I will be more likely to play less or even stop playing. I moved to a low pop server because I was sick of all the lag and the issues with PvP. I've been talking. You want to cover this one, Beast? Do you have anything to say on that? Then I will keep talking about it. Yeah, so Baka, once again, lag is going to be an issue if it starts getting too high. I think Funcom understands this though. And I think Funcom also strives to number one, don't be looking at that chart that you get nowadays that tells you like server rankings. Like there is no way for us to determine how many servers they're going to force migrate. All that I'm telling you is you might as well start looking for a community on a bigger server and you can also sit around and wait and hope and pray that your server is not going to get migrated. But at the same time, try to find people that you can play with. There's a lot of good people out there, man. Don't be shy. Don't be scared to play with communities, right? Yeah. I mean, it's if you're looking for it, we will help you get set up. We will line you up and I'll fly around and help you find a place to put your base down. And once you get in there, like I said, we actually encourage multiple people to bring guilds because our number one goal for what we're doing with Cetus is trying to actually balance LANDSRAAD out. So the more guilds that are in there, the more the vote gets split up, which means one week we might want A, you might want B. So now we're splitting votes and it's becoming more realistic. It's not just like one superpower saying, this is what's going to happen this week, everyone. So, I mean, keep in mind, like there are communities out there. If you like to run solo, jump in there and play solo. Just make sure that you're looking and progressively aiming to find people that you can play with to make this game a little bit easier for you in the future. I tried running it on my Steam Deck, but switched to GeForce now. This is Unero. I wish the low pop times back as I can get Spice anywhere. Thank you, Cat Weasel. It's very nice of you. And with that, I literally lost any chance to read any of that thing. But once again, thank you, Cat Weasel. Everyone remember, anytime that you donate money or you sub to this channel, it all goes back into the community. And what time is it? In exactly when downtime comes at exactly 11 minutes, we are going to be giving away a free copy of Conan Exiles in response to us and our community opening up a brand new Conan server. You don't have to come play with us to get that copy. If you're in here, if you're lurking, it doesn't matter who you are. Just make sure that you're participating in it. Whoever wins it gets it. It doesn't matter if we know you or not. No, it's cool, Cat Weasel. Thank you so much for those subs. It's always greatly appreciated. But just remember, all of those subs that Cat Weasel just dropped into the channel, they aren't going into my pocket. We primarily use Twitch to help the community grow, help people get access to games, and help the community thrive and have excessive or extra things for them to be doing as the weeks are passing. Because we do see a future where Dune might be a little bit boring. So we're always aiming to give alternative games. And if you like us and you enjoy playing with us, we want to offer multiple game platforms for us to be doing stuff together on and, growing in that form or fashion. Make sure that if you are looking for a family, come join us. Now, back onto this topic.
Alrighty.
What do you got to say for a person who wants to quit the game because they think it's not going to be fun, it's going to be too laggy? What would you say to them?
Laggy. Well, I live in Australia. Trust me, we have the worst internet in the world. I know about lag, and I'm still bloody here every single day.
You know, it's funny. It's funny because an Aussie, like an expert Conan modder, just joined us. His name is Grumpy. Anyways, he was playing with it and he was like, "Oh shit, man! This Conan server is running better than my other games that I play back home in OCE." And I was like, "Yeah, dude, it must suck to be in Australia. Like every game you guys play, it's an up or down. You never know. You could have 2 ping, you could have 500. You never know, right?"
That's exactly it. Like it bounces around all the bloody time. It's like a tennis match. But yeah, so we're talking about it's too hard for the server to scale with the rewards for LANDSRAAD with grade 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s, that kind of stuff. So I do have an alternative to that. And that is if you complete, say, you max out Maros this week, and it's a tradies, because you're a tradies, you max it out, it opens up the ability to buy off that house. So they might have access to a certain level of schematics or augments that you can buy for an absolutely ridiculous price. So say, for instance, all right, you maxed out Maros, you've got access down to grade 5 gear. It doesn't have to be the top of the line grade 5 gear. It can just be, you know, an Idaho's charge at grade 5, something that give you that edge to get into that dungeon. And you got to buy it with 50,000 house scripts. It gives you a reason, A, to grind more house scripts, to save up the house scripts, and then have the ability to possibly then go into the dungeon and farm for the rest of the gear if need be. So they could use the house reps for other bits and pieces as well. Again, for the LANDSRAAD. So you're in crafting, you max out 5 houses this week, you pick one house you want to unlock, buying stuff off them for house scripts, and that's another way that you could be getting this graded gear without having to run labs over and over and over again. And by looks of things, it's just me. So that's just another idea on if scaling the rewards like that is not good enough, that you could just also open up as a house option. Because at the moment, look at Tool Vendor. Who's going to pick that as a LANDSRAAD reward? They're not. Vehicle vendor, yeah, because vehicle parts you can't get anywhere in the new testing stations. You got to go DD for that. Armor and weapons vendors, there's no chance of buying that because it's all grade 0. Max out your LANDSRAAD house, spend a heap of house scripts, and buy some graded gear. That is just another option.
I mean, all the mechanics for the game are there. Once again, this is why we are in this chat twice a month, trying to highlight all of this stuff to everyone. If you're hearing something that you're interested in, jump in there and leave remarks for the devs to know. Let them start seeing that there is a clear pattern of stuff that we would like to see. Because once again, we don't know what they're going through. The easiest path to be taking is us saying they're not working hard enough and these guys aren't doing anything. They suck. But you have to at some point just realize it's quite possible that these guys are just overworked and they don't have time to think about how these different systems could be connecting. By offering them these kind of suggestions, it might open up their ability to see that, oh crap, there are things that we could be doing different that would make things different for us.
All right, so that's all my, what's that, a good hour or so? That is my LANDSRAAD list. I have testing station lists as well to go over.
One more thing I'm going to throw on LANDSRAAD. I personally think LANDSRAAD gets blown through way too quickly.
Yep.
I hope people take this at mind. There's no reason why LANDSRAAD should be finished today. This is Friday evening, but Friday morning for most of you guys. If we're on in a server, this is Friday morning. There is no reason why LANDSRAAD should be finished by Friday morning. I really hope that they try to address this and kind of make it into more of a marathon than a sprint.
Yeah, well, that comes down to the good old faction conversation that we seem to have every single community that isn't going anywhere because there is faction in the game without having faction in the game, that there's faction in the game.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Asrim, the fact that you can win LANDSRAAD in 4 hours, ridiculous. This shouldn't be the case.
That's it. You got the melange and you got the grinding, and you can get it done in a day if you wanted to. That's just madness.
And this is actually one more thing to tie into the migrations that are coming. The reason why Harmony can do this in 4 hours is because there's like 300 people on that server. So 300 people just randomly doing quests literally wins the LANDSRAAD on day one. That's just, they have to, I think this is something they're going to have to think about, because LANDSRAAD is literally the primary in-game activity currently. I could be wrong, but for me, it's the primary in-game activity.
Yeah, especially when you have a vast majority of the people as tradies. It's going to be a lot easier to win the LANDSRAAD every single week. Until there's good old faction balance, there's, LANDSRAAD's always going to be one-sided.
So, Ginky, do I know if it's possible to migrate from European server? Right now, Ginky, you don't even have to wait for migration. There is a character transfer token that you get 1 per week. You can transfer from EU to NA, EU to Asia. You can transfer to any location. You get one time per week. You can transfer 1 character to any place, any server in the game. That's currently up. Now, should you transfer to like a low pop NA server? That's up to you. You might get migrated later on. But yeah, currently you can migrate. You don't have to wait for migration, guys. You can literally just server transfer. Done. Once a week. And just one more thing on that, because this is bending back in and I'm leaning back on this community thing. If you're looking at a community and you're like, this might be the right community for me, but I don't want to go because then I might be stuck on that server. Not the case. You literally only have to deal with people for 1 week, and then you can transfer off to another server, try another group of people. This is kind of the beauty of the system that they put in. You can transfer as many times as you want. It just takes a week, but eventually you're going to find the people that you want to be in, or maybe you never do. Who knows? But you don't need to be you don't have to wait for mergers. If you have what you want and you're bored, or you want to make sure that you're getting to a server that will exist, or you want to try out a community, you can technically leave right now. You don't have to wait. If they do that, LANDSRAAD needs to scale with players' amount on the server. On my server, we have 30 to 50 people max. Okay, Song of the Wind. Yes. I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is the kind of information and feedback that we want thrown out there. I didn't mention that, but yeah, that is the obvious solution, right? If you have 300 people on your server, the amount of LANDSRAAD credit you're getting for completing these quests need to drop. That doesn't affect how many skill points you get. That can stay the same. It's just the LANDSRAAD XP towards winning a house. It needs to scale. It definitely needs to be scaling. 100%, I agree with you. Yes, and Raven has a point here for anyone who's looking for a possibility of transferring. You can just create a character on the server and run around and see if you're worried about there being lag or what's going to be unplayable. Just go to the server. I mean, multiple people have done it with us on Cetus. They've created a character, they've ran around, and they've said, well, lag isn't so bad. I can do this. Others have been like, dude, this is unplayable. There's no way I can play in NA West. So give it a shot. Try it. And once again, join our Discord. Come in and talk to us. I've heard people try to say that our Discord is dead sometimes. Dude, I've only seen a time with our Discord where there was nobody in chat for like 45 minutes. There's someone in there all the time. Everybody who's in that chat I can promise you from my own experience is actually really nice people. It's amazing the quality of people that you can find in Dune Awakening. I have not seen this level of positive culture since the old days of MMOs when you were forced to like people whether you liked them or not, just so that you could run WoW dungeons or EverQuest raids, whatever it would be. Does double mining yield count for Spice? Unfortunately, Brick Gaming, no, it does not. Okay, I think we've caught up. Let's move on.
So is no one that wants to come in and discuss LANDSRAAD with me? My ideas? Nothing?
I think everyone likes what we're saying. No one wants to jump in and drop their ideas.
That's a bit boring, but anyway. Oh, is that someone?
Off it a little bit.
Oh, we got Izzy.
Hey, we got someone.
My boy Izzy stepping in to say hello. Izzy, what do you got to say about LANDSRAAD? And thank you, because Beast and I we're running out of stuff to talk about. So bless you, my boy. May the donkey bless you.
I got pages to talk about, but yeah, I wouldn't mind just finishing off this task with someone else's opinion.
So I think LANDSRAAD needs 2 slight tweaks, and they might not be, popular opinions or positions that people will have. What I think the first step is that I think bribing itself needs a control mechanism. I mentioned this to Nerd a day or two ago. What I think should happen is I think factions should have to complete a house to get a bribe point. And then I think they should cap it within that methodology, right? So once you beat house X, you get a bribe point, and anybody on the faction can bribe another house, and they could do that let's say 3 times a week or something. The ability to just mass bribe is just too much of an issue, right? So I would recommend or say to the dev team, the first step would be to first create a control mechanism like that, and let's look at how the progression happens over the next week or 2, right? If it's still an issue after that point, I would say it might be advantageous to just stop allowing credit to be contributed to LANDSRAAD, if you don't have charges or whatever. And that will kind of funnel the LANDSRAAD progression over the week with people's unlock LANDSRAAD contract, charges or whatever. I think these 2 mechanisms would probably be sufficient enough to fix LANDSRAAD completely. Now, the only concern I have from those suggestions is that if they do gate the LANDSRAAD progression over the duration of the week with the charges for individual player quests or whatever, then we might get this issue where LANDSRAAD might be devalued in some way or something like that. So if that is the issue, then they might need to look into creating a secondary type of charge. Okay, you've done all your 5 LANDSRAAD quests for the day. Here's an additional 5 that will contribute to the LANDSRAAD board, and that will be the limit for the day. And they could kind of soft ease that hard stuck requirement. I want to say to allow it to be a little bit more liberal over the course of the week. And that's just my general opinion about LANDSRAAD. I think it's a great form of content, and the content that's coming in the future will boost it a lot and give it a lot more value than it currently has. But this is where I kind of rest my opinion on the topic at the moment.
No, it's good. Actually, I have something. It looks like Beast has something to throw there too. Just 1 second though, before we get that going, just to kind of, I'm trying to start keeping the chat more in the conversation, because in the past, this is one of the reasons why we've kind of isolated the amount of people in here, because we've started leaving the chat out, and I want the chat to know that you're also deeply appreciated for leaving your comments. You don't have to come in here and talk to us. But Athos had something that I kind of giggled at mentally. It's once again immersion and lore, I think, are really important elements for any game to make people really love or dislike certain things. And what he's saying is, he wants a rework of these houses, because currently they're literally just weirdos in a cave that you fly to and interact with on a certain occasion to get a reward or something, right? So yeah, I agree with you, Athos. I absolutely would like to see something different than just some random weirdo asking you how you can help their house in a cave somewhere. That would be good. Now, one thing I'm going to throw out there before I turn it over to Beast is with your whole thing on bribing houses currently, and you can disagree with me or agree with me. It doesn't matter. Like it's actually the reason why I'm throwing this out there. I currently believe the way that bribing happens is a little bit kind of dumb. There's 4 houses on this side. There's 4 houses on that side. We know who the houses are because everyone's been able to work it out, but you're only bribing those houses. I would much rather see house competition because we're talking about a resource sink here, and it doesn't have to be necessarily spice melange that you're spending to get these things. It could be a lot of things. It could be literally coin. It could be anything. But I kind of would like to see there being a competition for bribing the house. So like House Moros, for example, you get something that pops up on the screen that says House Moros is now active, or House Moros is interested in taking a closer look into the LANDSRAAD. Now it's a matter of who's getting there and bribing House Moros, and you're starting to pit yourself against the other faction. You're now saying House Moros is taking bribes from both sides, and whoever, bribes the most wins that house to start it off. But I also don't want it to be given 4 houses at the beginning of the week. I think the fact that you can bribe these houses from the very beginning, it's making LANDSRAAD get finished in 4 hours on some servers. I mean, what were you going to say, Beast?
How about we just get rid of bribing completely? You get 5 tasks a day. It's the race to get those tiles unlocked as quick as possible. Just get rid of bribing. That solves the fucking problem completely, in my opinion.
It definitely does. It definitely does.
You can't bribe every house, which is a good part of it. Is you can't bribe every house. But what if you just remove the bribing? It is behind a time feature then, but the same token though, you get 5 speciality tested quests a day to 1 house. You're not going to max out that house one day unless you sit there and grind out those same tasks over and over and over again, which comes down to why are people bored with it? Because they're grinding out the same tasks over and over and over again already. And if they want to keep bribing in the game, how about you have it that every guild can bribe 1 house a week. 1 house a week. So anyone in that guild, if they go and bribe a house, that's it. No one else in that guild can then go bribe a house. You then got to use faction chat to talk to the other people in your Atreides guilds to say, hey, can someone go and bribe this one? Can someone that get the factions working together? If you want to keep bribing in the game, instead of just, okay, I can fly around, bribe absolutely everyone at the start of the week and have 10 tiles open and get it finished.
Yeah. Cat Weasel, I agree with you. I think I'll let you get in here in a second, Izzy, on that. But just to keep the chat, because these people don't want to come in and talk, I understand. Yeah, Cat Weasel, I think there should be something dealing with scaling here. I don't like the current system. I mean, I like it to the fact that they're at least trying to make a step in the direction of helping the faction that is losing over and over again by giving us more XP. But I definitely think there needs to be a more representative system for the amount of people who are in the game. If there's 20, yeah, I agree. 20 versus 100, there should definitely be more weight with the 20 to make it more fair. I agree. What were you going to get at, Izzy? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So first of all, I don't think your suggestion, Beast, is a good one, because if you tie it behind like 1 bribe per guild, then people are subject to abusing that with alts. So I don't necessarily think that that's the right. I think faction-wide like limitations are probably a much better way of doing it, or some sort of faction-wide oriented system, right? There is another option that could be investigated. I haven't really given it thought, but it kind of just popped into my head. What if bribing was something that contributed points rather than contributing entire house victory or unlocking a house early? So in other words, the first round of Melage 300 is, I don't know, 1,000 points or 5,000 points, and it contributes to that house's like overall contribution, towards the victory. And you could progressively increase the value of each bribe and maybe like cap it. So like the first bribe's 300, the second bribe's 600, the third bribe's 1,200, and that's the amount of times that you can bribe a house. And each point it's just like 1,000 points each, right? And it just becomes progressively more expensive for a single house. Like bribe after bribe, and kind of like make it like that so that you're not really unlocking houses quicker. That's kind of still on the RNG roll, and that timer will like provide over the week like progression for the LANDSRAAD, right? You won't get stuck in the situation where all the houses are accessible day 2, and now it's just who has the most people or who has the most bonus to grind, right? And that kind of like trinkles it over the weekend. That's kind of what we need. We need a trickling effect, and moving a bribe like to point-based system, or like having a requirement, whether it's some sort of RPU, something or the other or not, would kind of like really allow us to have to push the entire week. That's
What's
my
it?
thought. That's my thought behind it.
No, no,
What
it's
if
a great thought.
what if you bribe a house instead of say having 6 tiles open that day because you bribed a house, one of the other tiles doesn't open because you bribed another house to jump the queue. That way you're still stuck with only 5 open in a day, but you've got some control over which house you want open because you want to go down that crafting route earlier on that one or something.
Well, Ferrex added a suggestion to counter that as well. If you're the first house is 300, the second house 600, the third house 1,200, or whatever the amount would be, like working its way up. That would definitely curb the amount of people unlocking stuff on day 1. I mean, maybe not the first week, but once you start getting a little bit less and less spice melange, you start thinking twice about how much you're going to be dropping on those.
So you
house
mean
things.
you mean you bribe once it's 300, and if you ever bribe again, it's 600, and it gets to the point where it's just not worth bribing a house anymore because you've done it so much. So therefore, you've got to communicate with someone else in the guild to open up for 300, or someone else in the faction chat to open up for 300. It'll get to a point where it is just way too much to bribe a house.
I really think this needs to be faction based, and I really think that if we're going to go this way of like a scaling price, I would argue that the best way to do this is to just make it like a static amount of points, 1,000 points of the 75,000 or whatever that's needed to win the house, right? And just make it so that if you're really desperate, you can use this as a way to catch up. And that's how it should be used. It's how the bribe mechanism should be used. It's very important for the underdog to have a way to have a fighting chance, right? And that bribe mechanic is a very good mechanism for that. So I wouldn't support the idea of removing it, but I am definitely in the ballpark of supporting the idea of changing it on that level, like 5K, 1K, 5K points or whatever it is.
But what underdog has that amount of melange just to waste on LANDSRAAD for 0 grade schematics? If you are the underdog that doesn't have the guild, that is a solo player, you don't want to be wasting any melange on opening a house. LANDSRAAD really does come down to the big guilds fighting against the other big guilds. There is nothing other than personal contribution that really is beneficial to a solo player.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Like, you still get faction-related benefits, and so mass contribution across the faction does matter, and you still get the individual house benefits regardless of if you're part of a larger house. But I get your point. Like, the battle itself is really taking place against the larger stuff, right?
Correct. I know of one solo guild winning LANDSRAAD once on the old system, but it took them 6 months of saving every bloody resource to dump it before Chapter 3 happened with an 80% or 100% buff to win. LANDSRAAD is never for solo other than personal contribution. It is about guild against guild, faction against faction.
Yeah. It's a lot to think over. I don't think the narrative that like presenting that you're bribing for grade 0 blueprints is necessarily a right argument, because some of those blueprints are still very valuable, like focus cut arrays and centrifuges for the crawler and all that stuff. But
You can never get them from LANDSRAAD. You can only get that from winning the vendor of the week.
Yeah.
That is nothing that you can do as you'll never get a centrifuge from winning a house. So therefore it comes down to LANDSRAAD winning for the week, which comes down to if you're a solo player and you're just doing next to nothing LANDSRAAD, and they decide to open up the vehicle vendor, then you got the chance to get it, which is what the old system is. At the moment, we are all about trying to take down bosses, trying to take down higher levels. So vehicle vendor is on no one's radar. Tool vendor is on no one's radar. Weapons and armor vendor, you'll never, ever, ever see someone pick that as an option for LANDSRAAD ever again. Because why would you waste the week's worth of LANDSRAAD to open up armor vendor for grade 0 schematics?
Once again, I think this is due to them just not having the time to realize the systems that are in the game, and they're not connecting to the new content that they're dropping. Like, I think this is something that if we make it apparent to them, it's possible that they might consider fixing that. Because that is like, dude, literally there's now only like 3 options for LANDSRAAD that's ever going to be chosen. And think about the week where you get weapons, weapons and XP and tool vendor. Like, no one's going to give a damn about LANDSRAAD that week. I mean, I guess vehicle would be worth, so you can still get your centrifuge or whatnot, but you know what I mean. I think that if we can make this apparent to them, I think then that will start raising their awareness. A lot of games make this mistake. I just want to throw this out there. A lot of game devs make this mistake when they're building their new content. They don't think about existing content and reusing it, recycling it to make it connected to the newer stuff. And I think a lot of that has to do with people just get busy and don't realize what it is exactly that they're not connecting. So once again, and this goes out to everybody just again as a reminder, like, there is no one right answer. We're not in here saying that this is I'm right or Izzy's right or Beast is right. What we want you to do as an individual is what you're hearing, make a comment on it, or even better, just take it, what you think is right from what you're hearing, and let's start trying to narrow that topic down so that the devs can start seeing that there are concerns or better ideas out there for us to be doing, right?
They'll get on Discord and post it in Discord. They got, you go to the Dune Discord, they got sections for all these discussions. You like an idea, get into there. You like a crafting idea, get into the crafting section, post it, get people talking.
Wait, so Catweasel, what you're saying is you want to start seeing blueprints level randomized. You're saying if you roll a shell buster, you could get a 5 with a certain amount of damage. You could get a 2 with a certain amount of damage.
And you don't know until the end of the week, and you go and collect it. You may get a grade 0, you may get a grade 5. And if you don't use shotguns, you can put that grade 5 on the auction house and create an economy. I like that. That is a good idea. Randomized grading of the schematics for the LANDSRAAD.
What I would do is kind of like just add all the different tiers for the, like, let's say the week has like 5 plans or schematics or whatever, right? What I would do is just add like any applicable tiers to them and lock them behind a requirement that they've completed X dungeon or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, that if you are at level 20, then you're entitled to a grade 4. But it's not just grade 20 in one dungeon. You need to be grade 20 in all dungeons.
Oh, I think that might be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, it might be, but that's the general idea, though, is that if you are grade 5 in every dungeon, then you got a chance of getting a grade 1 schematic.
What if
If
we
you
did
are
something?
grade 10.
What
But
if we
again,
did
that also comes down to if you're rolling in a group. Now, at the moment, group in the dungeon is near impossible. But say, for instance, you need to do a level 15 in the radiation lab, and the rest of the people in your guild have been doing level 19s, but you're not spec there. If it was doable in a group, like a proper scalable option, unlike the one currently, then you could take a lower member in there with you and say, hey guys, we are running this. We do it on 19 normally. Let's do it on 16 to get beast up to the next spec so you can get grade 3 blueprints from now on. Yeah, I just think that might be another way of doing it.
Can we pause this real quick and take a breather? Because I know there are people that are waiting for this. It's time to roll for that free copy of Conan Exiles. So the way that we do this, I'm no longer going to write a number down. We have a random number generator on the screen that is 1 to 100. What I want you guys to do is literally in chat, write a number random. If you want the game, if you want a free copy of Conan Exiles, this is a global key that we're handing out. So if you want a global key and you want to play it, start typing out numbers right now. We will pick a number. I'm going to let the beautiful Izzy refer a number to me. That's how many times I'm going to push that generator number button. And whoever gets closest or hits it on the spot wins that copy of Conan Exiles. Remember, you can only put one number in. Don't do multiple numbers. Please do not do multiple numbers. It gets tough doing it. We're going to wait for YouTube. YouTube is usually lagging behind us by a few, like 15 seconds, but everybody's welcome to do this. If you're a lurker, if you are a lurker, don't worry. I don't care. It doesn't matter. If you are in this chat right now, put a number in there, and once we start rolling, if you win, you win. Remember, if we tie, we have to do some tiebreakers. Also, remember, be very patient with me. In the past, people have gotten mad because I missed a number. Remember, I'm not trying to cheat anybody. I'm trying to give this thing away. So if I do make a mistake, let me know. We will make the correction, and we will bring it back, and we will literally fix the problem. Like, we're not going to instantly drop the number on somebody. What if I'm a unlurker? Sure, Fate Walker. Unlurkers or lurkers, all a kind, are welcome here to be doing this. Once again, this is your last chance to type a number in chat. We are going to random roll for it. Wow, that's a good one. I like that one, Fate. That has an exact leaning. I'm very impressed with that. So last chance. This is for your copy of Conan Exiles. This is, of course, celebrating the fact that we now have a mod team that are helping me put together the Conan Exiles on our community server. Remember, if you're looking for a fresh started server for you to jump in there, it has a whole bunch of really well-placed mods that make the progression more interesting and more challenging. Don't forget, if you are looking for a community to run in there and jump with, come join us. Come join us on Cetus and in the Nerdberg community. Once again, just really quick, now that we have numbers, I'm going to post our Discord, and that's where numbers have to quit. So that's the end for our Twitch, and this is the end for our YouTube. No more numbers. Izzy, give me a number for button pushing.
3.
3 it is. So we're starting off with 23. 1, 2, 3. 52. Do we have a 52 in the chat anywhere? If not, I see a whole bunch of numbers that are close to it. George Rivera's at 50. Do we have anything? If your number is close to 52, throw it in chat. Tell me. Tell me about it so that I don't have to make a mistake. You know what number you pushed. Let me know. I think if we had a way to add a little spice melange and like 5 copies of a schematic, we could upgrade it. And then next grade, make it there. 55. All right. Evil Prince is 55. You are 3 off. George Rivera is 50. 45, 50, 50. It looks like George Rivera is the winner. I think George Rivera
No,
has
you got
won it.
another one of 50.
Who's the other
Zero.
50? Who's Zero Hurst.
Zero Hurst.
We have 2. Now, I'm just going to throw this out there because there are some people like Goofy Evil Prince who wants a copy and can't quite get his hands on it at the current moment for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. If you guys already own Conan and you just want to be nice, you could literally roll and give it to Goofy Prince. But if you don't have a copy of it and you want it, this is what we're going to do. Whatever you do with the copy is up to you. So if you want to hand it out to someone, you can do it later. Between George Rivera and, of course, Zero Hurst, right now, I want you guys to pop a number between 1 and 20. And we're going to roll to see who wins the copy of this game. Do it right now. I need Zero Hurst and I need George Rivera to pop a number in there. No, they both had 50, Con. They both had 50. George is at 13. Come on, Zero. Put a number in there. Put a number in there. No, Sean Hess, is too late. We did a roll. All right, you're just gonna give it to George. All right, George Rivera, you win the copy of Conan Exiles. Congratulations. What you do with that is your business, but just give me a PM in Discord, and I will make sure to give you that first code. If you still want a copy of this game, just hang around. Once again, we are giving out 2 free copies of Conan Exiles tonight as a push off of us launching our newest game for the community, which is Conan Exiles. So make sure to come check us out in the Birdhouse. And hey, also, we just got our new tag, so you can pick up your own bird tag if you want to be associated with us, that is, if I don't embarrass you out there in the real world. Now, moving on and getting back to the main topics, we were discussing LANDSRAAD, and it looks like we hit a kind of sweet spot in this discussion because by the looks of it, LANDSRAAD is touching people. I can't say it like that. Now I'm thinking about it. That sounds really bad. I've already done it once tonight. LANDSRAAD is making people think about what is going on around them. What else do we have to say, guys? Where did we leave off?
That's pretty much it for me with LANDSRAAD. Yeah.
I do have a slightly altered version of this that I would like to pick at. What are your guys' opinions about the bonuses in LANDSRAAD?
What do you mean by the bonuses? Which bonuses?
Yeah, like tool vendor and
Schematic,
weapons
yeah.
and experience and that, yeah.
I think it was
Yeah.
great until now.
Yep,
I
I agree. Like I said, tool vendor, no one picks tool vendor unless the new power pack is in there or the new suspensor belt's in there. That's the only reason why you'll pick tool vendor. Vehicle vendor, there's no reason to pick it unless you are upcoming in the game and you need to craft focus cutaways and stuff like that and you don't want to go on the DD for it. That's about the only time you'll pick vehicle vendor or to get more sandcrawler parts. There's no reason for vehicle vendor, armor and weapon vendor unless graded options are in there. There's no reason you would pick weapons or armor vendor anymore. So it's damage for melee, damage for range experience if you want to get up the experience, but in all seriousness, just run some stations. There's heaps of experience now. You get experience anyway daily from the task, so experience I don't think really is beneficial. And again, you got the other one, which is the PvP one, which I've never seen anyone pick, which is I think you recoup more from their dead bodies or something. But
Full
yeah.
loot is what it ends up being.
Yeah, that one. So, yeah.
I'm with you, Song of the Wind. Actually, the only vendor that's actually left that has any value is currently the vehicle vendor. And that's only for, but I want to point this out. The vehicle vendor isn't necessary anymore because now with the LANDSRAAD rewards, they are handing out these pieces. Before they didn't do this. A long time ago, you could only get the vehicle parts for the Sandcrawler via the vehicle vendor, but here lately they've been adding them as the rewards from the LANDSRAAD. So even that to an extent is kind of becoming a unuseful thing.
I personally think most of the benefits from LANDSRAAD are largely invalidated at this point. And not only that, but I think a good amount of them have potential to be swapped out for things that have just absolutely amazingly game-changing, like gameplay options, right? For example, harvesting bonus that increases dew yielding and blood water production, or something to this effect. I think that there are so many other things out there that could really provide interesting ways to change the server, or even provide the people with a week of like a bonus of harvesting a specific thing. For example, like increased component drops, right? Where we have a week where we can go out and farm things like water pumps or something. I'm not really fans of the damage buffs. I would advocate for supplanting them for things like more fuel efficiency, less heat generation, and more vehicle speed, and
Okay,
and make
so
more
just quickly there,
generic buffs.
are you doing the labs?
And I do labs occasionally, yes.
But are you grinding them consistently to get higher levels, or are you just doing them for the tasks?
I'm only at like 9, 10 myself at the moment, but I haven't really been pushing for quite a number of days because I've just been too busy to do so.
Yeah, but that's where everyone else is at the moment, is they're pushing into the 10s, the 11s, the 15s to get the grade 5 gear, and the only way to even get a chance of doing those labs is to have that extra 33% damage buffed.
Mhm.
Because that is a massive achievement.
I really think this is like a balancing related issue, and it shouldn't really be tied to LANDSRAAD. I don't favor the idea of having to depend on LANDSRAAD buffs to do PvE content. It feels very unrewarding. In fact, in general, I just find that a lot of the weapons feel very lackluster because of this idea of pushing the damage envelopes like to the bottom, to the floor of where they should be. And I kind of feel like they really need to be, roughly about like 20-30% stronger than they currently are. They're just too weak. They just feel too weak, and many of the weapons just are not enjoyable outright. Here's looking at you, heavy machine gun. Or flamethrower.
Yeah.
And they're great, and they're great weapons too. And like flamethrower is amazing, and Matsu like memes on me about it, But I love flamethrower. It just doesn't do damage,
No, they're a great weapon for the NPC, but they're not for us.
Yeah. And
like NPC with a flamethrower.
It's a big shame,
It is, and yeah, the heavy weapons. But again, this is Dune. The IP is swords and melee fighting, very little gun fighting. Yet at the moment, it's very ranged orientated for a lot of the bosses and a lot of the damage. So even now, it's not near where the IP should be. Swords, for instance, like we got dual blades. They're great, but we got one set in one boss. That's it. How many guns can you pick up? You got one set of burning blades. There's no poison blades. There's no replica pulse blades. There's no bleed blades. You know what I mean? It's very lackluster of introducing more of the melee battle. It's all ranged. And again, when it comes to heavies, the Pyrocket, it looked great. It's shit. It looks great when you're being shot at it from the fire boss, but you can't unload like that fire boss can rapidly. Again, if you could tweak it in your skill tree, so you could fire as fast as that, or you could do things, possibly you can make them great. But the problem at the moment is that there's just no way of making them great.
Bigger numbers.
Yeah, bigger numbers, but again, that comes down to augments. That comes down to higher grades out of these dungeons, and that's the current content is. If you get a grade 5, like a grade 5 Hallex pick is bloody amazing compared to a grade 1. We're talking about vehicle battle before. Why the hell would you want to be in a scout shooting missiles when you can pull out your grade 5 Ancient Way and drop a scout with one missile?
100%. Yeah.
Why the hell would you even bother putting missiles on your rockets on your scout anymore? Again, you just want a thruster and get the hell out of there before you get hit with that Ancient Way. So they've turned the tables in that yet again. Used to be the opposite. Why would you bother with anything else when you got scouts that can launch a million rockets at you? That's why you don't use assaults.
I don't think it's that simple. I think aerial combat is much more complicated and nuanced than that. You know, there are a lot of situations that those rocket scouts can be much better, and one particularly like dangerous position that rockets are really a concern for the mass population is when there's 2 or 3 people and they're able to just alpha strike something that's landed on the ground.
Have
And
you seen a
if you're
Have you seen a grade
paragliding and you
5?
get sniped, it's over.
But have you seen a grade 5 Ancient Way, the damage that does to a scout with one rocket? It just destroys it. So all you need to be is hiding in the rocks, shooting one missile on that scout, and you drop it. The only time you could possibly fight back is with an assault, which is maybe 3 rockets, 4 rockets. A carrier, you know, it's like the old las gun of the wings off. It's too far the other way now. But that is one heavy weapon that actually has graded a little bit too well, where the others haven't. So yeah, the balance between the weapons is very inconsistent. And I don't know. I don't use any kind of ranged weapons because I'm a pleb with a controller that only can use knives. Stabby,
Well,
stabby.
like I did take a month and a half break, but they did put in the DR like based on armor values to the pilot. So in situations where the ornithopter is unpiloted, the ancient ways will absolutely wreck the aircraft. But if there are people in the ornithopter, their character armor values contribute to the DR of the actual ornithopter.
That's true.
Or
And that's actually something I just want to throw this out there before you guys go on. Don't forget what you're about to say. This might be something that a lot of us in the community don't know. I didn't even know until I was educated on it the other day. Your armor value when you're in your ornithopter contributes to the ornithopter's armor value. So I hear a lot of people saying they want to avoid getting ganked, so they go naked into the deep desert.
Yep.
And because you're going naked, it is making it that easier for people to gank you and destroy you. So you don't want to be going into the deep desert harvesting stuff naked, because all that's doing is making your orny that paper thin. Sorry guys, keep going with it. I just want people to know, because like I said, I didn't even
know that. I didn't even know that. That is wow. Okay, because I've always been good old naked harvesting.
So many people naked harvest, and it's like,
yeah,
if you don't know about your armor affecting it, it's like, dude, that's massive. Like if you're wearing heavy armor in your scout orny, dude, that's or not scout, your carrier, dude, that's actually contributing a lot of extra damage to what you can mitigate from people fighting and attacking you. It's crazy, isn't it?
Well, there you go. There's a new avenue of armor. You can have flight suits.
Yeah,
heavy armor,
light armor. It could be anything, right? Armor that mitigates explosive damage, armor that mitigates fire damage, las gun damage, whatever. It could be anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, even less of a reason, Nick. I agree.
Yeah, and again, prefacing that with like I did take a month and a half break, so just be aware. Look, but like the point is like there's there's a lot of discussion that has to happen around weapons, and kind of like trying to compare, ancient ways in a PvP situation as a burst damage weapon to something that does higher DPS inside of PvE. I mean, try to go into a lab and ancient way mobs in a lab. Like, they're just not
Yeah, it doesn't
comparable.
work.
Yeah, and this is probably like this situation where the devs they're trying to create flavor in the game, but it's not really clear, and it's like really ambiguous of where those weapons really shine, like Bashar's command, for example. Matsu and I were talking about this just this morning, and I was harping on Bashar's command about it, and he's like, they have value in PvP, and I'm like, my reply to that was, show me any PvPer that runs Bashar's command. I think it's kind of a meme. But, Matsu tried to defend the position. Like, there is a situation that if you're out there and you have buddies fighting and you're in the background, you can do some damage in it. It has value to it.
Not only will it slow the target, but it will take its shield down, dude. Like, it's a plausible weapon if you have the group to run it.
I think the problem is if this is the approach that the team has, they really need to evaluate if in fact that position is the right position to be taking. Maybe perhaps it's just a little bit too extreme in many cases. And when somebody picks up a flamethrower and says, "Hey, flamethrowers are amazing," and like they try to use it in situation A, and it's not really the best in situation A, they're going to throw the weapon on the ground because of this little rule that gamers have. I do the thing that gives me the most effect with the least amount of effort. And as long as that behavior persists within the population, they're always going to default to the thing that just gets them through things the quickest, right? And in this case in PvP, it's an ancient way, but in PvE, it's probably like melee weapons, as previously stated.
And this is the thing: is that when you used to run labs in the DD, it was you could do it with a knife, you could do it with a rifle. It's the same 3 mobs you fight, and as soon as you work out their techniques, it's done. With the new labs, you got bosses where you need completely different techniques for every single boss, and you're actually starting to utilize a lot of skill trees that you never used before. So they are going in the right direction. They're just not close enough that we think's acceptable for these weapons. To our eyes, they're an absolute waste. Again, Ancient Ways used to be one of the hardest things to drop, and I think I've got 56 of them this week alone just from doing labs.
Ripper Owens throws something in here really quick about Holtzman shields for vehicles, not only overly powerful, but just a little extra protection for a few seconds before the damage really hits. It would be nice coming from a solo player. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing it, especially if it was something that you could toggle on and off and would contribute to the overheating of the vehicle. But I don't know exactly if that will ever be in the books. I don't know. What do you guys think about shieldable vehicles?
I think they're in the movie. I don't think they're in the books from memory. It's been a while since I read the books. But same token, though, it takes one fool to accidentally leave their scout on when they're landing or they crash and they're worm food. It should be maybe, instead of being on all the time, it's a time thing. It's like a thruster. It really burns through your energy.
It would
having
have
it
to.
on.
Yeah, because
or you can't shield and thrust at the same time. So you either got to have your thruster on or your shield on, one or the other. You can't activate both.
Wait.
It's possible.
Go on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Dinger, what do you mean?
It's possible? Yeah.
What do you mean you think you're missing the group aspect when looking at weapon usage? Like, once again, guys, if you have something you want to share, please hop into the Discord. Let us pull you into the conversation. That way you can contribute stuff and not have to wait for that little lag to be popping in. Everybody's welcome to do it. It's called the Steam Pool channel inside of Discord. All you got to do is hop in there. I'll see you. I'll pull you in. You can express what you want to say, and we can move on. And also, I want to throw something that Raven just threw in there really quick. I agree, Raven. That would be one of the worst sides of it, is the fact that if you landed your ornithopter on the spice field and turned the shield on, that could be very, very, you know, I mean, that's kind of, I don't know, beyond what I want to deal with. You already have to deal with people ejecting and landing on you, doing your shield and like last gunning you. That would kind of suck to have somebody just be able to land their Orny, turn on a shield. I mean, I guess you could still attack them and do stuff, but what a pain in the ass that would be, right?
I can see a lot of grieving problems with that.
So many griefing problems, dude.
I'm gonna abstain from too much conversation about this topic because of knowledge of things that are in NDA. But I will say that it is a very interesting idea to kind of potentially make vehicles more squishier, with the idea of them having to rely on shields and that sort of thing as a defensive mechanism. But what could really be tied into that could be quite interesting is that those vehicles on the sand don't generally generate worm aggression until you turn those shields on. And so that would enable people to transit across DD without worm threat or without the concern of worm threat in the majority of cases. In a similar way to how crawlers largely can sit on a field for hours on end as long as they're not piloted, right? And so if they did something like that, we could have a way where land vehicles could immediately become viable to DD, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's something they could just introduce later. When it comes to shields, I like to be able to just change the color of it. That'll be cool. Make that a swatch.
Moving on, what do we got down the list? Izzy, you got anything else to throw out here? Oh wait, hold on a second. Hold a second. Dinger, Sergeant Dinger here, or Pops in Discord, also is a return guest on the show. What do you have to say about this that you'd like to add to it?
So one of the things I think that was missed out, and hi everybody,
Hey.
is just like in WoW and in any other of the other games. Once you get to the point where the DIMs want you to come to it as a group, but you can utilize a lot of those weapons per person. So you got 4 different people doing 4 different things, and a lot of our successes in our guild is that we go in with different weapons, identify where we need to utilize those weapons, and then utilize those weapons in conjunction with what's going on in the testing stations and in PvP. So his build out's different than my build out because I can then utilize and speak to him. Hey, I need you over here, and I need you to be popping off with this missile launcher. I need you to do this because we have used missile launchers in a station. Now you can't do that and be very successful, all by yourself. But when you're in a group, you can utilize those weapons. And I think there's a miss on the folks that aren't utilizing those kind of strategies to put together to make a more formidable team. And even going through, this is, they've already got a setup where you have to go this and there's a certain way you should do it. And everybody needs to be in their position. In the electric, you got to jump, you got to do this, you got to do that, and everybody's doing the same thing. But when you go in, I think it was I forget his name, but he was using the pyro blaster, just annihilating stuff. And another guy was using a flamethrower. So all those weapons in conjunction with somebody taking up the time to go up and utilize some strikes or knee strikes and doing things like that, the up and close guy is very important. Just like in a WoW situation where you've got your main tank taking advantage, and your off armor guys over here, and he's everybody's doing their thing to accomplish that task. And I think that I think I needed to say that. How's that?
That's good.
I completely agree, and that's what I currently do. Me being a controller user, I am stuck to basically blades. So when I go in with duo with one of my mates, he's there ranged, he's firing, he's doing this, he's taking out the ads while I'm kiping the boss around. I'm making sure the boss's aggro is on me, and I'm doing what damage I can without dying. That's pretty much, it's like how I used to be when I played WoW. I was a tank. I love being the tank. That was my thing, and currently that's how I am in the game. I am the tank. I'm the one that's going in, doing a couple of hits, doing absolutely next to no damage, because the guys with the weapons, the ranged weapons, they're doing all the damage. I'm just keeping the aggro and the attention on them. So therefore,
Yeah.
I'm not using a heap of stam by doing attacks. I'm using it to get out of the pyroblast, to get out of that kind of stuff. And that is the only way that I can do the high level labs. I cannot do fire boss past 10 by myself in melee. It's just near fucking impossible. But if I've
Yeah.
got my mate with me who's hitting him with a lightning gun or hitting her with a lightning gun and doing this kind of stuff and on ad control while I keep the attention on me, absolutely it works. So yeah, like I said, that's what they've changed with how it used to be with the old DD labs to the new DD labs, is the fact that you do have to have some kind of strategy for each boss that is slightly different. There's no rinse and repeat method on every single boss being the same, because you can't hype the lightning boss around. You just can't.
Right.
So
And then
yeah,
also, and that's one of the nice things is, but all these games, regardless of what you're playing, is pushing you and forcing you to come together as a group. And but the one thing I do like about Dune is that you can still accomplish a great deal just by yourself. You can get top tier stuff all by yourself, and which is fantastic.
Cat Weasel has a good
So
point that I would like to see as well. We should be able to resurrect or at least heal people in these
you
testing
can.
stations. Can you?
You can't resurrect them, but if they're going down, you can go and inject them to bring them back.
There you go, Cat Weasel.
Yeah, if they're down and out, you can run up and go "Hoo-ee," and inject them, and they get up. But with the high level dungeons, you don't have the time to even do that yourself, let alone someone else do it for you. That's where the problem is. So it sounds like we've moved on from LANDSRAAD. We're going to be talking about testing stations now. So I have a whole bunch of shit about testing stations if we want to go down that path.
Let's do
Or
it.
if someone else wants to take the charge for a change.
Let's hit up testing stations. Do you
All right.
guys are you guys done? If so, like the format we're trying to do now is keep it kind of minimalized. If you hear something that you're interested in adding, like please pop back up into this to the stream pool, and I'll pull you guys back in. Thank you.
Alrighty. Testing stations. I feel the scaling is off. In my experience so far, the scaling is it doesn't make any kind of sense. I've seen a lot of people using the zoning in trick and actually enjoying the testing stations. I think that's something that the devs really need to look at fixing the scaling issue, because if you're doing a level 18, 19 dungeon, it doesn't matter what enemy it is, one shot you're dead. And when you've got 4 people in the room and you've got, 20 bloody ads spawning in on you, there is no chance of really being able to take those labs on. So that's not even before we even get to level like 30 or 50 or 100. So I think the scaling needs to be addressed, or they need to change with the scaling the spawn amount. So running solo and running duo should be the same spawning amounts which are currently in the game. So you walk into a room and it spawns 2, and in the bigger rooms it has 3 spawns. You can do with that. You got your melee bloke that goes after the bloke without the shield. You got your other one that's taken out the guy with the shield. You got to pick your weapons: daggers for no shielded, rapiers for shielded targets. So it gives you a bit of strategy then and there, even if you are solo or duo. When you go into teams of 3 and 4, add a couple of extra ads. Not the current where 3 ads spawn out of the same door. That is just too much, because one shot from any of them, you're dead anyway, because the armor doesn't scale correctly for these labs. So this is against all testing stations. So this is a general on all of them. I feel that the scaling is off, and they need to take some of those spawns back to a more realistic thing. Introduce a bit more of trying to do it as a group and actually enjoying the experience. To, okay, we've spent 45 minutes, we've finally got to the boss, you're all burnt out, you've got no interest in it anymore. This isn't WoW where you can have 50 people raiding a boss. This is 3 or 4 people getting together and just let's go after it. So we need to scale it back a bit, I feel.
Can I ask you real quick? Alma Mater wants to know how you're doing the healing thing in the lab, because I also
You just,
don't know how to do it.
if they're down on their knee, you just basically walk straight up to them and you hit on my controller, it's the square button. I don't know what it is on a keyboard. And it comes up with the same prompt that you would see on your own screen.
That we need to figure out what the square button is on our keyboard.
I don't know how I can do that. But yeah, it's the same. Whatever button you use to res currently in the game, I think is it F?
F.
So if you're down and out, yeah, you just run up to someone else that's in your group and hit F, and it'll do it. It'll actually come up as a prompt. You just need to be right on top of them to do it. You can't do it from across the room, obviously.
There you go, Alma Mater. I learned something new tonight too. I didn't know you could do that. I don't do enough of these things with groups because I hate the scaling that this game gives, so I never do it with groups. But
yeah,
it's good to know that for sure.
So yeah, playing a solo and a duo is more doable than playing in a group, which kind of defeats the purpose of having it as it is. So yeah, they need to fix that. So general NPC spawns. The general feel is that it's very doable in a larger group. Oh, it's not very doable. It is doable in a large group, but it's very grindy that you're burnt out by the time you actually get to the boss. A lot of people use it as a zone-in trick and actually enjoying the labs. And it's still taking a good 15, 20 minutes to get to the boss and take him down. It's not like you're screaming through it in 5 minutes flat, unless you're Talith, he does that shit by himself. So they need to really scale the ads back, the spawns back. The fact that every boss has a slightly different strategy to take it down, like for instance, the electric boss doesn't have any ads in the room. The fire boss will bring 2 in from a door or 1 in from a door and that kind of stuff. The radiation boss isn't at a certain health bar. He just keeps thumbing them every 60 seconds. The fact that there is different strategies is a good thing. Keep that, but just make it a bit more doable content, in my opinion. Because at the moment, it's absolutely unplayable in groups.
Absolutely unplayable.
What we want is we want to be doing. I would rather a longer battle with the boss, just trying to stay alive fighting the boss, than having to deal with multiple waves of ads. It just creates an absolute pain in the ass problem. I think just staying alive from the boss is hard enough. Get rid of the ads. Just give the boss more health. Give them more tricks up their sleeve. That you get to level 10, they throw in a new technique that you're not used to in the previous levels. They get to level 15, there's another technique that they may use that you're not used to, or maybe just spice up the battle a bit more, other than so predetermined that this is what they're going to do when you get to this health bar. Just change that up a bit.
I'm just going to throw this out there for everyone. What I'm noticing with the radiation boss is, just as like a side note, the radiation boss might spawn way too many ads, but I've noticed when I see the people who are completing it at higher levels, as long as you're moving along the outside, all of the ads seem to group up right smack in the middle. And it seems like if you have a weapon that does big AoE damage, you're not only taking the boss down, but you're also taking those ads. So we're talking like the Ancient Way or the Pyro Rocket or whatnot. It's something that's interesting to think about. All the ads tend to run right jam smack in the middle. So if you're dying to this boss, it might be the fact that you're not skirting the outside, and that might just be the way to beat them.
Yep. Someone commented, Maiden just commented, it's also another player will actually resurrect you quicker than doing it yourself.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
So there you go. That's something I didn't know either. The other thing too with the boss phases, if the boss battles are going to be longer, have it that you need to get, so the boss has got a health bar that divides into 3, divides into 4, divides into 5. when you get that boss to that health bar limit, you get a slight 10-second chance that anyone that's died can get back into the battle and keep battling. Instead of waiting at the door, waiting for it to restart and go over it again and go over it again, make it that you get to half-life. If anyone that's died and resurrected is waiting to get back in, they can get back into the battle. Maybe make that last 25% of the health bar even harder to bring down because people are getting back into the battle. Because at the moment, you die in the first 10 seconds of the battle, you're watching your three of your mates play, and you're just doing nothing. Yeah, I just think that there is more things they could be doing to, incorporate a bit more.
They absolutely could be doing a lot more things to incorporate more. I mean, does anybody have any feelings on this? What would you like to see? Or do you reckon, I think Beast covers it really clearly for me.
That's just general across all labs, my opinion, on all spawns, all labs. We can then dive into individual labs, what I've experienced so far as well.
Yeah. Let's talk about
we got
it.
nothing?
Let's talk
All
about
it. Fire station, my favorite. It's very melee unfriendly. I don't use guns, so shooting that rocket is no chance. As a solo, I just run around until it blows itself up.
I'm going to tell you right now, dude, there is no melee friendly lab at all.
No, there is. Poison.
Oh, I've heard Shadow can also be melee friendly.
Yeah, Shadow too. Yeah. So there is two. Lightning's not bad to do melee because it's such a close, small arena. So we'll get to that. But yeah, fire is just very, very melee friendly. Again, as a solo, you get one ad that comes in at the different breaks. It's doable, but the other problem I find, which is again with all the dungeons, is the scaling of things like armor and mitigation compared to what the bosses and the ads are at. So, yeah, maybe something in the skill tree might be able to help with the melee players. Like I've been using stun to try and stun her before she launches that rocket, so I don't have to deal with the rocket. There's a lot of skills that we've never used since the start of the game that we need to experiment with, which is good, but we probably need a little bit more clear indication of what those skills do, because what they say and what they actually do is sometimes two completely different things. So yeah, the fire boss just somehow making it a bit more melee friendly, or introducing, because stun works all right at the lower levels, but at the higher levels stun doesn't work at all. So it just makes it even harder that I need to try and use a gun somehow on a controller. So that's fire. The fire damage seems to be the mitigation for fire damage. I find is a real problem as well. Like you could get hit by the pyroblaster in the face and have no fire damage, but if you step 1 foot to the left, 1 foot to the right, you die from the fire splash. That just doesn't seem to be right. The scaling for the fire is you get any kind of fire on you, you're just dead in those higher levels. So forge armor, bulwark armor, it doesn't matter if it does or doesn't have fire mitigation. One hit, you're dead anyway. Which makes it, why would you farm for higher grade forge armor if it gives you no benefit? So it kind of makes, having specialized build sets pointless as such. It's just basically who you survive with whatever you got, which I feel is a little bit cheap. Darkness boss, I've only run it a few times. I don't know a hell of a lot about it I don't think I've ever run it with another player, so I don't know what the ad count is when you're running duo, trio, or quads in that, if it's very, very high with them all. I find that the spawns in the darkness thing is pretty easy to deal with because they aren't much to deal with. There's no real shields or anything like that. That's where the pyroblaster does come in handy for taking them out, or I use a turret. Mechanics in that, again, I haven't run enough to really have a great opinion on it. The poison lab, I feel, is one of the more fun labs to do as a group. Perfectly doable as a solo, but as a group, it seems to be real fun because You've got someone on a compactor taking down the poison. You've got range taking out the ads and taking out the boss. You've got a melee bloke kind of running around. It seems to be one of the more dungeons where it is more of a team-based focused dungeon that everyone has a role to play and they need to play it, because you don't take down that poison in the higher dungeons, you're dead because the mitigation doesn't scale correctly. So everyone has a crucial role. That's the one dungeon I find that everyone has a crucial role to play. They need to probably just look at that a bit better on what they could do with other labs like that to make it more like the poison lab. And again, it's different because he's more melee. The knee charge, the sword strikes. He is slightly predictable in what he's going to do next in his routine, but that comes down to strategy and learn the bosses, which is new to us because we just used to wait at the door that's going to spawn and just take those guys out. When it comes to the next lab, which is 152 electricity, this is probably one of the most playable, repeatable ones that I do as a melee player, because as soon as you got that system of the lightning done, you know you've got it. It's a very easy one to learn. The fact that your shield just needs one zap and it's down, as opposed to the dot damage, is good. It just makes you not want to get hit, and a bit more strategy in it.
Just real quick, Sazi is coming in to share some words here. Sazi, introduce yourself. Let everyone know who you are. I know there's at least some information you should be sharing here with people, so go at it.
What's going on? Well, I'm Sazi. I like testing stations, so I thought I'd maybe chime in on this one and talk about some mechanics if you guys have some questions regarding that. But yeah, the mechanics with testing stations are definitely punishing on higher levels, and I think that should be scaled back to some extent. And I don't have any experience when it comes to group content, by the way, so I do think there is a lot of scaling to be done when it comes to a lot of mobs, and either strategies change, absolutely. But on a solo play, you have to kind of think about a lot of different things. And I do believe the developers kind of have that intention for us to kind of learn and play with all these different, techniques at the same time and have an interchangeable play style in a way. And as a solo player, it kind of lets you achieve those goals, and it lets you kind of play with those things and learn. And like, it's easier to fix your mistakes as a solo, to know your mistakes, and then to learn from your mistakes. As a duo, it might be a bit harder, but a duo is definitely a good experience. I have a lot of good times in duos as well. But yeah, the tested stations, I think that there is a very punishing factor to it. And it doesn't seem like armor gives you enough benefit to actually make it worthwhile in most cases, like augments and things like that. That's why I'm staying away from augments on armor most of the time. Weapons are, what you should be focusing on, I think. Figuring out what you're good at, how your play style is, and, what weapon you want to choose to invest in, essentially.
I just want to throw something out here really quick because he's a humble guy. If you guys don't know this man, Sazi is a streamer as well and does a great job at streaming. And he's not going to say it, so I am, because he's a good guy. Check out Sazi. It's Sazi as in Discord, but with an X. Make sure when you get on that you are coming in there and listening to this guy and watching him. He knows what he's doing. He's put a lot of time into this, and once again, he is a streamer that I 100% recommend everybody should at least take some time to sit there and get to know.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
It's not just me, let me tell you, it's the viewers. And on a lot of the things that I know, like the little things in the game, and I'm still learning every day. And it's just the things you would not never think about, right?
This is what I like about Sazi. He doesn't have too big of an ego to accept that he doesn't know everything. That's what makes it great. It's the same.
Absolutely nothing.
No, I mean, the sooner you learn that, the smarter you get. And like literally, I'm the same. So, for example, tonight we've already learned 2 or 3 things. Like, I didn't know about armor and your ornithopters.
Yeah,
I didn't know about resurrecting people because I just don't do enough stuff with people to do it, right? So we learn new stuff every day. That's what I love about Sazi.
Even when it comes down to like staggers and like which stagger overrides what stagger, what to use on what heavy, and you get really frustrated when you get knocked around by heavies and which mob to attack first, what ability to use on which mob, things like that. And you don't really learn it until you play the game a lot. So it's good to know.
Well, let's continue down the path, and maybe you can give us some suggestions while we go through some of these labs.
Well, the voice works really well. I mean, if you're having issues as a solo, the voice and again separation of mobs is absolutely one of the big vital things that you have going with the voice. I know in the
we're talking
PTC,
compel, right?
yeah, like
Okay.
compel, stop, just anything to kind of separate the mobs so you can get some DPS in while not worrying about your shields. Because again, your shields are the most important thing on you. If that goes down, you're pretty much just wet paper bag. It's just gonna be blown over just really really quickly. And your armor again doesn't really matter too much. It seems like, which is kind of like a downside to it. But even if you're in heavy, I get armor comes down to for me, electricity, that's the only time I go heavy armor because, my shields are, constantly either dropped or the boss is attacking it constantly. So you gotta have survivability on your side as a solo because no one's picking you up and you're taking all the focus fire. So you have to remember that as well. And it's a bit more punishing because no one's picking you up. And one mistake and you're pretty much dead. But yeah, in the PTC, a lot of the high players were going, now keep in mind they were pushing combat level 100, sabotage 100, going into high 40s difficulties, using the voice most of the time. But yeah, every strategy changes. And the combat level, the sabotage level, it's just gonna scale with us. If we're having trouble right now, it's incremental gains, and it helps you in the long run.
I'm seeing a lot, just to throw this out here, I'm seeing a lot of people running compel. What's the bullet one that you throw on them to give them more damage?
Track field.
A track field and the pill. I'm seeing a lot of people throwing this triple combo, and it seems to be helping with the bosses. The bosses really, the health scales up after like 6 or 7. Like it jumps massive when you get up there and like 10s, 11s, and 12s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they start scaling a bit over the 200% mark, I think.
So like having any kind of extra damage as well, just to let everyone know out there, like it helps to have it.
You're scaling at like 10%, they're scaling at 200, so
Yeah, that's why. Well, we have to remember the grade 5 really scales a lot as well from grade 4. If we're tackling this with grade 3, we're really, our numbers are quite low and comparable, even to grade 4. And then once we go to grade 5, we're reaching up to plus 70% per augment when it comes to damage. We're just trying to reach those numbers with the difficulty scaling as well. But really, like what I'm looking for is finding a sweet spot where I can look, farm the grade 5s at a comfortable amount of time without wiping, and just looking for that particular gear for the DD as we go into next chapters.
yeah,
Sweet.
and that's good if you can do range and that kind of stuff. But for someone like me, that's I got the game on the TV. I'm using it like a console with a controller. I don't have a keyboard or a mouse. Doing range is just near impossible unless I've got an auto aim, which isn't in the game yet. So fingers crossed with the consoles releasing coming, that's something that they're going to start to introduce to the PC players as a controller option. But at the moment, I am absolutely stuck on going any further unless I invest in a keyboard and a mouse and stuff like that. So
I think there's some other focused melee players out there that just want to just do melee, and I don't think it's impossible.
It's hard. It's just hard.
It is, yeah. And again, like it comes down to just if one mistake happens, it's and with the radiation boss again, your melee, your stamina usage. I literally kill that boss with only using one ability, and I save my stamina only for dodging essentially. I can't go melee that boss, and I can't use abilities that boss. I can only use one gun and one ability.
Are you also just like circling the outside? And it seems like that's the only way to avoid the grenades, right? You see the grenades coming, you can dodge twice, get out of it, and you just keep circling. And literally all those ads are like migrating right on top of them. Actually, that's what makes it more difficult for me to do that dungeon, is because whenever I'm looking over to try to shoot the boss, I'm like, which one of these assholes are the boss? Because all those ads are literally just like clinging to the boss.
Yeah, they definitely just start huddling around him. I think that boss is using a Bashar. Is it a Bashar's command? If I'm not right.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So even that thing can just destroy you if your shields are down too. But the
But
projectile
so slow to
speed
get away from it,
is
though, right?
like the projectile speed of that weapon is slow, right? You can see those bullets. Yeah, that's kind of why if you're circling the room, the grenades are behind you. You're able to get out of them, and then also the projectiles are. It's not creating a crossfire situation. It's always sort of behind you, unless an ad is coming out of the door and you're kind of swinging right by a door. It's the only thing you have to watch out for.
yeah. They drop an an elbow into you, you're absolutely rooted.
Yeah, or if you're like, for example, like shooting at a tractor field on the boss, because tractor field will drop your shields. And if your shield drops and they're able to get 1 or 2 bullets on you, it's pretty much a GG.
Yeah, and again, that's a tractor field is ranged. When it comes to melee, you got nothing other than run in there, stabby, hope for the best, and run again.
Yeah, and like with the enemy damage, it's insane because again, once they're past your shields, it's you're pretty much down and out. There's really no mitigation there, I find. So
Yeah.
maybe they changed something. I don't know.
Well, it's pretty simple. They give us a radiation suit that scales. Give us a grade
Yeah.
5.
It still
Yeah,
it
now,
still hits me odd that they don't do that. Why everything else has like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Why not
Because
the
it's
rad suit?
classified as a tool. It's classified as a tool, like your suspensor belts and your power packs.
Now, I think there was a point on Discord yesterday by Iggy about the tactical suit, and he was trying to find out some clarification because I think they were meant to be graded. And it's not dropping for some reason, but I could absolutely say for certain that no one has found a graded tac suit for sure.
Yeah. And not many people find burning blades either, but hey, they exist.
Yeah,
I'm
found a few of
still
those,
getting them, dude. I've been handing them out. Like I'm still getting them.
Oh.
Oddly enough, I'm not bragging about
Stop
it.
it.
Like I'm getting them.
Stop it.
But I'm
See,
definitely not
so,
going
I
to go
mean-
to like a level like 12 to get like a higher level one, because then it does probably become impossible.
The absolute worst boss to fight melee drops the best melee weapons.
Yep.
We have double loot, by the way, with the
Yeah.
event as well. So hopefully you get something.
Yeah, I'm about to start switching to to lab tasks instead of normal tasks. But yeah, no. So I was gonna say the only other station I didn't talk about was 89, the radiation station, which we've talked about there. I feel so. You haven't run any of these labs with anyone other than Duo.
Yeah,
you haven't
just radiation.
You haven't, yeah. Oh, just radiation and Duo. So you
Yeah,
haven't done. You haven't done a fire or electric or any
No.
others in Duo or trio or quad. So
we might have done electric.
scaling,
But
yeah, the scaling for the spawns in those is just absolutely ludicrous. Like instead of one ad coming
Yeah.
through the door, it's 3.
No, I've
And every
watched
single one of
streams
those-
for sure.
Yeah, and it just makes it so pointless. Like
That's why I
I've
feel
been
like the
watching-
strategies have to change a bit from solo to group if that stays the way it is.
They
who knows?
we got to force them to fix that shit, dude. I'm sorry. Like
Yeah,
they just got to
cut-
fix that shit.
Just cut the spawns down. If, like I said, I've been watching people that do the zone in trick, where you zone in as if it's a solo, but you got a team of 2 or 3, and they look like they're actually having fun with the labs. They're still taking 15 to 20 minutes, and they've still got a strategy because the boss is still hard. I think that is the way to be going with it. You've all got a thing to do in the labs. You got to take out, 1 or 2 of you is trying to take out one of those one-hit guys. Is hard enough as it is, let alone
Yeah,
got 6 of them coming through the door.
Yeah, we don't have 6. Maybe divide it into 3 and just increase the health of the enemies instead of having a cluster of everything.
Look,
I don't
Yeah.
know.
the problem with those ads is that the higher the level you go, the more HP those ads have, right? Even
Oh,
in
there's more
solo,
ads
even
and
in
more
duo.
HP.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you start having to stab them more often. Like level one stab usually one shots them. Around level 3 or 4, you start noticing it takes 2 stabs to get them. When you get to like level 9 or 10, it takes 2 or 3 stabs to steal them, right? The problem is when they're scaling with a group, they are also getting that much more difficult to kill. It's just that there's like ×4 of them. It's just ridiculous, dude. And
Yeah.
the way
And
this game works, if you use ranged, your shield goes down. If there's literally like 8 freaking dart guns on you and your shield goes down when you're trying to shoot, you're dead. If you're like trying to stabby and there's like 6 freaking melees that have spawned, you're dead. So it's just, I mean, it just scales odd. Like they got to fix it, dude. That's all there is to it. Like,
yeah, well, when I run duo, it's we do the fire, the fire 136, and if we get 2 melees and a range come through, that is doable. We compel the range, we take out the melees, or we compel the melees and take out the ranged. We got a strategy. But if 2 range walk through that door and a melee, game over. It's just fucking hard. It's just very hard to try and
I mean,
take
my mind
down.
goes right to like grenade or like gravity mines or like AoEs, things like that.
there are ways to do it. And look, you have a lot of slots, right? Like for example, I'm carrying 2 kind of like I'm carrying that electric and the triple shot. I don't really need both of them. I could throw a pyro rocket on there, or I could throw something like Sazi was just saying, right? There are
Well, I mean,
But
the electric
again,
gun's
the
good.
It
for
is good.
shields.
It is good. But look, the reason why I don't go with that pyro is because I don't want to make extra ammo. I like picking up free ammo and I like doing it easy. So I'm a bad judgment here because I'm being lazy and cheap.
that and our fire damage doesn't scale like their fire damage does.
No, it definitely doesn't.
They can walk right through and go, oh, yeah, okay, not bad. You even get close to a flame and that's it, you're done. You're toast.
It's kind of like the drillbert, right? The drillbert like hits you hard as hell. Your drills just don't hit the same way. They just don't.
Yeah. So that's my thing on the testing stations is that they just need to take those ads back, let us have more time fighting the boss. Really let's get us in their strategy on the boss and working through that as opposed to that just dealing with all the trash before it and just burnt out by the time you get to the boss, and then you get to the end of it and you got augments only and not one schematic. It's very disheartening.
And look,
You're not going to spend another 30 minutes going through.
You can't tell me that was their intention to make the journey to the boss harder than the actual boss. Like,
yeah,
I don't think any game does that.
It's another universal thing I would love to see introduced, and I think it was mentioned somewhere in a live stream somewhere that it'd be great if the stations had a leaderboard. You got this nice time thing in there. No other station has ever had a time on there. Can anyone tell me why the stations are timed? Why they suddenly decided to put a time on the stations?
This is something that I want to bring. Thank you, Sazi. Am I like old and senile? And I swear to God, they said they were going to put leaderboards on that, didn't they?
Yeah, like,
am I crazy in thinking that? I swear I heard him say it.
I swear I heard it too. Yeah. And the leaderboard you get is the leaderboard you get is that you've completed this on level 15 at 9 minutes, but doesn't say if it's solo, duo, trio, nothing. I'm running it now just simply for the task and run it in level 0. My record might be 3 minutes 50. I want to try and do it in 3 minutes 30, but I've got no way of seeing that unless I'm personally recording that myself. And that's madness.
It's a personal best on that. On the the only leaderboard we have is really the LANDSRAAD to keep track of everything else. But it would be cool to add at least a leaderboard for us to compete on a, not a, rewards. I like just being handed rewards, obviously, but what rewards are we going to receive for that sort of leaderboard?
Yeah, well, that's what one of my notes is, maybe tied in. If you have the fastest time for the week, or your time is undefeated, you get some house scripts,
Yeah, like,
or
yeah.
you get something for still having the fastest time. If you beat your personal best time, you get an extra bit of experience points at the end. I mean, just those little nuggets of extra goodies for doing that task yet again, but this time slightly different because you want to do it faster.
Right. It adds like
at the
an extra
moment,
modifier.
I'm going to throw this
I
out
could
here
take-
one more time,
I
though.
could take 3 minutes, or I could take 40 minutes of this lab. It's exactly the same.
I really believe this is an issue that they just don't have enough staff to be tying these small things together. I think they're just trying to push out content, and they're not. You know what I mean? Like, these are really basic concepts that everyone who's developing a game probably more or less should be thinking about. But I think that the direction that they're pushing their devs is to just produce content. And there's nobody on the backside going, wait, we could attach that new content to old content, or to a leaderboard, or to a prize, or to something else. I mean, for me, I just feel like there's a disconnect there.
In all seriousness, there's been no content since the launch of the game. You can't really count Chapter 2 as content.
That was like a day, not even a day.
I mean, it was content, though, right? I mean,
The event before was more content.
yeah, for sure.
The charm, yeah. Yeah, we at least had fun building on top of bloody fallen ships, There was more in that than there was in the rest of bloody Chapter 2. Like, who's gone back to any of those, or even in the DLC for that matter, who's gone back to the testing stations after doing them for that first time? No one.
Hold on a second.
Absolutely
We
no
have
one.
somebody else to bring in here. Hey, Hardstyler, how's it going? Introduce yourself. Tell everyone about
shit.
you, and yeah, throw it out there. That's right. Everyone, put on your seatbelts. We have to deal with two Australians in this chat at the same time.
Oi, mate. There can be only one. There can be only one.
What's up, guys? Hello, everybody. Thanks, Nerd. Hope you guys are doing well. It's me, Harsala Josh here. Just another OCE player. Notorious on the server that I play on. Yeah, just here to kind of listen to what everyone's got their thoughts on, like the recent topics and stuff, and looking forward to share some more news about all the stuff that's been going on. And also, if I can, I will interject with my little PvP point of view. My brain's not working too well today, so forgive me, guys. But yeah, good to be here. Thank you very much, Ned.
Absolutely. So we're still on the topic of stations. Have you heard something that you want to add something to?
Stations. Yeah, first thing I want to say is fuck that electric station. All right, I get stuck in that room so many times. And the first few times I missed that, there was a button on the wall. No, I think they're good. They're fun. Very difficult when it comes to using a gun in there. It's very rough, but I don't know, man. I'm liking it. Look, as a PvP player, I think for me it's stimulating enough to have some sort of challenge. And I agree with what you said, and I know Israel has been around saying it a lot, that kind of concept's been around for ages, and I think a lot of companies stray from it. And I think if we can get the PvE content down, just basically more of the flesh of the game, then you can add in all the sweeteners and stuff. You know what I mean? But I'm happy with it. I think it's making people kind of push themselves and grind a bit more, and yeah, eventually it'll lead to some good PvP. Eventually.
Are we so what we were talking about, just issues and difficulties that are in those testing stations? Like, is there anything that you feel could be addressed or fixed up? Or
I mean,
Well, for starters, for him, he was trying to do them the other week at level 60 or something.
yeah.
wait, what? You jumped in at the highest level or what?
No. I was on my alt, playing with the boys, and I guess coming from like a different character, or let's just say you're low level in general, it definitely makes it hard, and you feel like you pulled the team back a bit. So I don't know if there's a way to cater to that, but like if you haven't come prepared, that's kind of what happens as well. Because I have heard of like other guilds feeling like they're being leeched on. But
There's a power curve there.
yeah,
power curve.
yeah. I mean, like not being able to use guns, I feel is hard because I honestly hate picking up sticks, man. Like I don't enjoy them. So every time I go to take a shot at something, I run into that hallway where there's a double door, and a NPC will come out, and then the heavy with the flamethrower comes out, and I just forget. It turns around, bro. I mean, they're smarter. They are smarter. I don't find it, I guess, as frustrating once I understand that like the AI on the NPCs is smarter, I feel. But the moment you fire and you get clipped in the head in one shot, I mean, does that really give you the chance to like try out your weapons?
I
Not
think
necessarily. That's
I
my
think
only
you're
gripe with it.
experiencing the reality, which is
Yeah.
mobs, NPCs are easier melee, bosses are easier ranged. It's so odd. Am I the only one who
Yeah.
feels this way? Like I really believe
100%,
that's why
that
I
makes
run
sense.
like a mixed build. Because I literally
Yeah, I always take a
stab
sword,
every
but-
NPC and I literally shotgun every boss. Done.
Now on that,
No,
I
it
think
makes
there.
sense. Yeah.
Now on a high level play, I think there's something to be said on the staggering the stuns of ads and when you actually should be shooting them. Because yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. There's you drop your shields, you're done. You're completely out. Focus fire is all on you. It just takes a second. But there's some abilities in the game where you can stagger and stun for that little bit of a second, and if you start a stagger, you can
Yeah,
get
true.
about 2 or 3 shots off before that mob is gonna. They have something in their code where they do like a dodge. You can only stagger
Yeah.
for so long, and that's when you have to stop, get your shields back, pull back, and then make sure you don't die essentially. But there's like little things like that I learned from my viewers. That's little staggers, little like weirding step, things like that. Pull out a shotgun, you can do some massive damage short amount of time, while not worrying about your health. But yeah, you have to make sure that shield is back after the stagger. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, with that being said, though, melee absolutely for rooms is so much easier. It feels like.
Yeah,
So
it
much
does,
easier.
honestly. It does.
Well, what else do we have to go on with testing stations? Are we done with this? Are we moving on? Talk to me.
Just leaderboards. Leaderboards would be good. Maybe
Yeah.
weekly rewards for it. If you do have the fastest time of the week, you get some of the augments or something like that in there per station. They just introduce some other bits and pieces. When it comes to this, is probably more of a quality of life in regard to really in the testing station as well as the dot damage. The mitigation doesn't seem to scale correctly. Like you get fire at a sub 5 and you can heal out of it and keep going. Anything above that, you're just dead. You don't even have time to heal. So I think the scaling on that is way off. I wouldn't mind seeing some different ways of actually seeing where you are with mitigation. So, for instance, we've got the spice prescience bar on the bottom, which you can see you're full. You use it too often, you start to hallucinate. You take a hell of a lot longer to build up the spice because you're basically got that addiction. I reckon we should have the same thing with the iodine pills and the toxic pills. That the more you pop in those pills, because you're really concentrating on the radiation station this week, that you're building up more of a tolerance to it. So you therefore need to take more pills, and you need to, just little things like that would be pretty good to put in there. So you increase your tolerance after time, unless you wean off it for a week or so, and then you go back to base level. And some kind of like mitigation at the moment. You look at a forged chest piece and it's 20% fire mitigation. So really, for the high levels, that 20 cents should still be 20%, but it's not. It's 20% based on your armor, is my understanding. So because our armor doesn't scale correctly, therefore the mitigation doesn't scale correctly, and it gets to a point where it doesn't even matter if you have fire mitigation or not. You're just dead by dot damage, not even by a hit, just by dot damage, just by walking past that poison bubble at the wrong time and getting hit. You know, landing that on that fire that little bit too early with your suspensor belt because it dropped. You're dead.
Yeah.
That kind of little bits and pieces, I don't think scale correctly. They need to be fixed. Radiation with the bullets, you know, maybe you pop more and more iodine pills or whatever, and it takes a bit of that radiation down. At the moment, there's no way of taking it down other than just pop a pill at the start and hope that you make it through the battle in time. I just think they need to incorporate something else in there as a counter measure if we're going to be scaling to 100 on these dungeons where, you know, if someone leaves the window open in the dungeon and the breeze comes through, you're dead. You know, it's getting to that point where it's a bit too much.
Yeah.
So we need more
Add some
on-screen
fucking like
indicators.
water fucking hydrants in there, man. Fire hydrants. Jesus Christ.
I mean, seriously, do you
Um,
think anyone's going to be able to hit 100 on these things, though? Like, beyond.
But even to that
Not the way
point,
it is.
I actually have to head out here in just a second. But the testing stations, I think they need the replayability of them needs to be adjusted as well. Like, you know, we do have modifiers as the difficulties scale up. But I think other games do this as well. As you know, there's weekly modifiers. You know, maybe you get double loot, or you can focus on a particular weapon a little easier this week in electric, or there's a specific modifier for that particular dungeon, or you know the boss changes or the room layout changes. I don't know. And also on the leaderboards, a threshold as a personal and a leaderboard for a global scale, but a threshold for you as well, that you can earn rewards if you hit 15, you hit rewards if you hit 20, not just a reward at the end of the dungeon when you hit a chest, and which are kind of sucky already. But like rewards actually achievable that you can hit and aim for, not just RNG based rewards.
And they're not OP.
And that's what I said earlier with, for instance, the sand bike race. You know, you can either take all 2 minutes 30 to get around there and get the same reward if you've pushed hard and you try to get the best time you've ever got at 1:30. If you do it under 2 minutes,
cool.
you get a better reward. You do it under 1:30, you get an additional reward. You know, give you some little extra little nugget to want to go a bit faster, to want to learn a better way of doing things other than just tick and flick and getting it done.
Yeah, we need a buggy derby race and a still suit donkey for sure. Anyways, I gotta head out for a stream. Nice time with you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good to see you, Saucy. See you next time, bro.
Have a good one.
Yeah, can I add one more thing in that I was thinking of?
Sure.
No, it's not on the table. I'm going to quickly squeeze it in. What was I going to say? Reward. So I thought of something like this. I don't know. You guys let me know if you think this is like too much or too little. Because remember, in the grand scheme of things, bro, farming these dungeons is going to be like something that it's going to be like cutting your grass. You know what I mean? Like you just have to do it, man. The drop rates, man. The drop rates, they're not going to be like easy to get, right? So I was thinking something like, okay, yeah, sure, if you have leaderboards and stuff, that's great. In terms of rewards, what about something that's like an item that gives you a buff, right? And it basically increases the drop rate. Now, obviously this would have to be limited to the level of the lab you're farming, because if you take the item and all of a sudden go to like, you know, from like the level 1 reward into level 20, that's kind of cheesing it, isn't it? So, you know, have that reward, like, you know, let's say it's a box of, you know, EXP amplifiers, right, that you just activate, okay? And they work for the lab that is your current max, all right? And you can't use it on anybody else's instance. Maybe you have to host it, I don't know. But it has to be on the same level lab that you're doing. Doesn't matter if you're with somebody else doing it, you know, or yourself. Something like that would be interesting, I feel, because like over time, people are 100%, I can guarantee you, getting like annoyed with the drop rates. It's already been talked about since day one, right? And like I said, I played a gacha game for 10 years. Like I know how it works. But something like that would be nice, right? It doesn't have to be anything insane, but it's like a nice little thing to work towards and actually help people who maybe don't have enough time or work, you know? What do you guys think of something like that?
Maybe it's one of the LANDSRAAD rewards,
Drop
you know,
rates.
instead of a tool vendor and that kind of stuff, you know, instead of like increased melee damage or increased range damage, increased loot,
drop
you
rate,
know, for the week, increased drop rate, and maybe you have to pick a station. So everyone's going to be really pushing that station that week because it's got higher loot in there. It's a bit like how the DD used to be when that shield can only drop in that testing station. So
like
everyone was Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
was smashing it and coming up with ways and getting the team together to go after that loot. You know, because that's how it used to be in the DD. With this is dropping here this week, as to when they went to instant base, everyone's got everything loot. Again, that should be a LANDSRAAD thing. Okay, you can open
Yep.
up double loot chances, and you have to
Yep.
pick one testing station, and that way, or everyone in the Atreides has to then vote A for that task and B which station.
Oh, that's
That'll
good.
get
Yeah.
factions. That'll get factions talking about. Well, we want to go after fire. Oh no, our guys want to go after electric. No, you guys are idiots. Let's really take it out of the radiation lab.
Yeah.
Create that.
Like kind of like
Um,
social dynamic over it. Yeah.
yeah, it
I'm
gets
with
them
Aaron
more
here
talking.
as well. We need to find a way to get rid of all these blueprints.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah,
We
I
didn't get anything from them.
discussed that. I discussed that a million years ago. That cartography, if you've learned a blueprint, you can put it down on a piece of paper and then sell it again later.
Yeah.
They're just
Like
taking up.
blueprints for like the base weapons, you mean, or like the mapped
The blueprints themselves, like you're getting so many of them. Like, I mean,
yeah.
for example, I don't know if it's this character or my other one. I literally have like 13 or 14 ancient ways now. And it's just like piling and piling up and piling up. So like,
Well, what
here,
about
10 ancient ways? I got 11 power harnesses. I got, these things are just starting to like accumulate. So isn't there a way
Okay,
that we
I've
can get rid of these things?
or maybe we don't get rid of them, but we can upgrade them.
That's
'Cause
something I could
think
ride
about
with. Yeah.
I've just unlocked in crafting before. I can turn the lower augments, like your grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 augment schematic, into grade 2s or 3s or 4s in the survival fabricator. Maybe if you have 15 grade 0 ancient ways, you can turn it into a grade 1. Maybe if you have 30 grade 1 ancient ways, you can turn into a grade
Yes.
2 ancient way.
Yes. And the
That way
threshold goes
you
up
hang on
higher
to it.
each tier or something.
Yep. That way you have to have 150 grade 3 ancient ways to go to a grade 4. It's going to you're going to hang on to those blueprints, or you're going to learn them and then jot them down until you got
sell 'em.
the threshold, or buy them. If you
if you could sell them,
I'm
that'd be
sure,
great for the market and the lower levels.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm short one grade 3 before I can get a grade 4. Is there one on the auction house? Fuck yeah, there is. I'll buy it because now I can create that
Yeah.
grade 4 ancient way without having to run the lab 15 million times. Not just that weapon, I mean like all weapons. It gives you more customization of what you can do with it. So maybe the blueprint should be like the augment schematics in you have them scale. The more you got, you can craft them into a better grade. If we're going to go to a grading system, then the sky's the limit with grading. If they want to introduce a grade 10 later, and you've got a heap of grade 6s laying around, or grade 5s, and you want to go to the next grade 6 tier when chapter 4 drops, and you've got all those schematics laying around, or you've learnt them all, you can then upgrade to a grade 6 straight away. It gives you some kind of reason to not just drop them in the lab and walk out.
I mean, if you didn't want to keep going up and up and up with grading as well, you could do something like, I don't know, you can like now make one or now craft a blueprint that comes with a chance of having one of your random augment slots filled with something, right? I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just at the
You can't
moment
keep going up,
they're
but absolutely.
pointless.
Yeah.
But if you could turn 10 grade 1s into a grade 2, then you're going to hang on to that grade 1 because hey, next week you might want that grade 2 of a lightning gun or something else when you change your way to battle a different boss. That is something that that's probably a really easy fix to do, to tell you the truth.
Just to throw that out to you guys so you can kind of grasp what we're getting at here. After you hit level 50 of crafting, you now have the ability to change old or lesser fabricated parts, these things, the schematic patterns, into higher ones. So like I have freaking 45, or I have 451 of the level 1s. I'm never going to craft a level 1 schematic again. Like screw that. Bam. Now I can craft 45 2s. So it's just one of those perks that you get for doing your crafting. Just to let people know.
Now imagine Now imagine if you
Right.
could do that with
Augments,
ancient
blueprints.
ways.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you've got a shit ton of grade 1 augment for blade grip, you can turn into a 2. As your weapons progress with that, and you're not getting the drops out of the labs, you could craft it.
Yeah, literally do a 4-to-1 like they're doing with these little components. Like
And
four level 0 ancient ways, ancient way level 1. 4 level 1s,
Yep.
Yeah.
ancient way 2.
Yeah.
And I
Just
think
we
we
got so
should
many
be able to
blueprints.
remove. I reckon we lose 2% durability putting an augment on. Maybe we lose 5% durability taking an augment off.
Wait,
Absolutely.
what
So
was
if
it?
we, at the moment, you put an augment on a weapon, you lose 2% durability.
Yeah.
But we cannot take that augment off. So once it's on, it's on. So if you roll literally
Yeah.
better damage later, it's tough luck. You're stuck with that
Yeah.
augment. If you could remove the augment and have more durability damage, so you 2 to put it on, but it's also 5 to take it off, then you're going to think about it. Will I take that augment off to put the better one and lose that durability, or will I just deal with not having as much max damage?
I mean, that will make
Um,
you think as well if you bring in that idea of like, okay, maybe like, instead of going to like grade 7 or C or whatever it is, you actually have a chance of getting a blueprint with a, I don't know, a slot already filled, right? That would match with it.
yeah, and if you don't like the augment that's on there because you want more clip capacity, you don't want extra range
Just
damage because it's a
place it over it,
shotgun,
yeah.
you can place it over it and it does damage, does durability damage, but you can change the augment out. This permanent
Yep.
augment stuff, like I know a vast majority of people that aren't putting augments in because they're waiting for the right augment to drop.
Mm.
So in the meantime,
Yep.
they're running around lower tier trying to accomplish higher tier because they can't take that augment out without doing an exploit.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think the exploit does anything. I think it just deletes it, doesn't it?
Just deletes it, yeah. But
Yeah,
again, you get 100. I think you get 100% of the durability back.
Yeah.
Put it in game that we have a bit
Okay,
of
yeah.
durability. If
Yeah,
people
true.
are out there advertising it and doing it, make it a way in the game that is at a cost. Then remove it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's obviously a feature that people want. All right, you can have it, but it's going to be at a cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Video says that makes too much sense. Funcom will probably nerf schematics and put in an expiry date on them. Yeah, probably. Probably.
I was going to say, most of the shit that we talk about makes sense, but just doesn't to them for some reason.
They haven't come across it yet.
Yeah.
Played a game with these exact ideas that I'm not saying, I'm trying not to say the game name, you know what I mean? Don't want to stress Funcom out, but like those ideas exist and are already there. Have been there for like at least a decade on this game anyways. Yeah.
Alrighty, and my last little comment in regards to augments and testing station and gear drops is purpose-built gear. Until mitigations of like fire and that kind of stuff's fixed, you can't really build purpose-built gear. Like if you could have forge armor that has automatically 50% mitigation, then you can put a whole bunch of augments on there that are just for extra fire, then you're going to have a full set of grade 5 purely for the fire dungeon. Then you're going to go and grind for another set of full grade 5, but just the electric dungeon. Then you're going to go and do another grade full set for the poison dungeon. At the moment, the mitigation means nothing. Therefore, you aren't really grinding for extra gear unless you damage your gear. So I think that, they need to fix the mitigation so you can build gear designed for that lab. So, hey guys, we're going to go do the fire dungeon. Oh shit, no, wait a minute. I've got the poison one on. I need to go back to Haggis, swap it out because it makes a difference. At the moment, you just go, sure, I'll jump in because it makes no fucking difference. So
Should
I
just
just think
give
they
us
need to do a bit
presets.
more.
A weak
They just need to
preset you
do a
can
bit
only
more
use in the lab.
purpose-built gear for each testing station. Allow us to have that customized thing. That's more of probably of a quality of life thing other than anything else. When it comes to quality of life, another one of mine is I don't know how many times I've been in a lab and I went to switch from my blades to the rapier because I've got a controller, so you got to bring up the wheel and toggle and that kind of shit. And I accidentally pull out my fucking sand bike in the middle of a lab.
I've been there, dude. I'm laughing with you, not at you at this one.
Like, what the fuck? I've already got to hold a button and toggle through on a controller. How about let me double hit the button and go to my toolbar where I've got my cut array, my compactor, my welding torch, my build tool.
Like a shortcut
And then go
menu?
back- Yeah. Have
Yeah.
5 or 6 as your weapons, and then 5 or 6 as your tool menu. I know you guys with keyboards, you're limited up to, I think 8, isn't it, that you used from memory?
8.
If you
but yeah, something like that.
yeah, but again, if you held shift and then hit 1, and that brought up your cut array, you know what I mean? Like have a second tool feature, a second feature for just loading your tools, so you're not accidentally doing those silly mistakes in the labs all the time. Have where your pocket scout is, or where your cut array and everything is, because at the moment you're limited to 8, and people aren't swapping in and out during the lab to bring out their compactor to take out the poison to take it back off because they've got 6 different rifles they want to use. Just make it easier for us by just giving us extra toolbar to cycle through. Just by holding a button, that's our second one.
Yeah.
So
Allow you to
when it
change
comes,
your keybinds or something.
yeah, to bring up a second toggle.
Yeah.
That's about it for gear and that kind of stuff. The other stuff which I've talked about before a couple of times, is vendor ideas. Desert mechanic, that you can take your buggy, your bike, your scout. With the tool now, you can relocate your buggy to wherever you are from wherever it is on the map. If you can go to a trade post, bring out your buggy, drop it at the mechanic, and pick up in 24 hours, and it's near fully repaired, then, and it costs house scripts or Solari, fuck that. Why not? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I agree.
At the moment, you're just going and craft a new gear, or if you've got a Regis container and, because we're all doing labs and we want range damage or melee damage, we're never going to see bloody vehicle vendor again. We want to repair that thing back to some kind of durability. Again, not by using an exploit. So give us an option in game where it's going to cost us a little bit of durability, but we're getting a good chunk of that durability back.
Yes.
So yeah, just a desert mechanic, and again, you spend so much money with him, you unlock a desert mechanic skin for your buggy or something else. Again, just more little nuggets of stuff to try and achieve. Weapons and armor, same thing. How about you go to Arakeen or you go to Harko Village, and there is a weapon and armor specialist that just repairs the goods. Again, you drop off your gun that's at 0 durability, and you might get 50% durability back for a cost of house scripts or Solari, because we've got next to nothing other than the auction house to spend Solari on. We've all got a shit ton of it. When it comes to house scripts, we're all starting to get to the point now where we've got a heap of house scripts that we're going to have nothing to do other than buying silicon blocks with. Give us another reason to spend our earnings. Give us a reason to get the top of the leaderboard so we get more house scripts so we can repair stuff. And same thing, have a tool vendor as well that repairs power backs and suspensor belts, or you pay extra and you can have them tweaked. All right, I want a power pack that has less pull but more response time. So you might have a power pack that's designed for just doing the electric lab, because you get zapped, it's done. So you just want it to come back quicker. You might have a power pack that's got a massive power pool because you're going into somewhere where you're going to get hit by a lot of range damage, so you want that shield on for longer. So you want a bigger power pool, but you're happy with a less response time because gives you enough time to go and hide. Give us some ways to tailor that kind of stuff to how we want to play. I know at the moment we've got the Young Sparky, which is a smaller pool but a faster reflash time, that kind of stuff. But give us the ability to change it like we do with augments with our tooling, and we can.
And you don't want it to be OP as well. You don't want people to be able to take it to other places, but you could at least have it locked into that maybe lab. Like it would actually help people who maybe don't have that good a gear do that as well.
To
So
tune it,
that's
yeah,
a way of
'cause
balancing it. Yeah, yeah.
because people are talking about going to a young Sparky MK3 for the electric
Yeah.
lab because it's got such a small power pool that comes on so quick that your shield will go down, but it'll come up quickly because it's got such a small power pool to recharge at. Like, that's a strategy. But if we could tweak our MK6 one to do that, then give us that ability as well.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
And that's me. I'm done for once.
Anything to add, Nerd?
I'm replying to something which might be
Okay.
reported as an exploit in the future. I don't want
no,
to
good.
bring any like light to it though. I just wanted to say to
Yeah.
the individual,
I'll
like
quickly.
I'm a little bit scared to do certain things.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, no. It's
Well-
all right, Video Australia. It's understandable, man. I understand. No, you're just trying to like point something out. I'm not getting mad at you or like calling you out on it. You know me better than that. I just kind of don't want to make this a thing tomorrow and somebody jumps up making a video about it. Sorry, go on, Josh.
I was gonna say, yeah, definitely put that in the like hashtag team contact channel in the Discord. Nerd will give you the information, I suppose. But yeah, anyways, one of the things that I just put in chat in the Twitch chat earlier was a nice quality of life change that would be really, really good would be to have like sets of armors and weapons or whatever it is, gear, right? That includes meds, okay, and ammo that you can actually use only specifically in the labs. You can't take that gear out. And basically that would help people who are returning to the game who have trash gear, even though their friends are like, hey man, we're on like level 20 now, come along, come join us. And then you've got a naked guy running around and they're getting like stomped, right? He would be able to, or she would have that option to choose that free lab gear to use for that run, and allow them to actually join in the content. Now you're going to be, because it's locked to the content, right? Like to the lab, they're still going to be motivated to actually like not rely on it. They're still going to go and like get their own eventually. Because once you get like a free gun, like, hey, I just got this one, which is technically better than your gun. Do you want me to craft it for you? That'd be great. You know what I mean? And they eventually move away from that lab gear. But it would allow people who are low level to catch up with their friends immediately, right, and play with them, and to help returning players who maybe haven't farmed a bunch of like grade 4 or 5, whatever it is, gear. I think that would be a really nice quality of life change. They're already extremely hard as it is at the moment. I mean, man, we need to get some fire hydrants, but like, like it would be nice if players who maybe weren't that quick on the keypad to actually like have a chance,
100%.
So that's something I just thought of. I think it's a good idea, but yeah.
Well, look, guys, once again, I fully appreciate you guys going. I'm getting tired. My brain's starting to shut down as well. I fully appreciate you guys like jumping in here. Once again, Beast, thank you for making the list, coming in, expressing stuff. I actually feel like today's open table went a lot better than the past. I think we stayed more or less on a path and, kept the conversation rolling. So maybe we'll continue to try to do this again in this format in the future. Is there anything else out there? Any of you guys that have something you want to ask, you want to throw in, you want to say, now is the time. This is the last chance you get us tonight. This makes it easy for me because all we have to do now is give away one more copy of Conan Exiles. And also I can go home and get sleep tonight. Well, okay, Natasha, another quality of life change, which would be great, would be when you get close to a container, it shows you which circuit it's on. I've heard something similar to this. Actually, in Conan, they have it where when you look at a chest, it actually gives a little pop-up window that shows you what's in it. That would also be nice as well. I could definitely feel that.
All right. Yeah, that would be nice for people who are going through a lot of rates. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
gentlemen,
not everyone's got them labeled like me.
I try to label them, but they never stay. They never stay that way for some reason. Free melee, yeah, melee. Bring melee back. Make melee great again.
I'll wear
Mama.
that
This is
hat.
shameless self promo. No.
Well, gentlemen, I'm not going to keep you up. I know it's getting late there in the land down under. Thank you both for joining in and talking with me tonight and sharing these ideas. I will
Thank
let
you,
you
David.
guys go, and we will just go into handing out our giveaway. Thanks for seeing you guys again. Catch you guys. Say goodbye to everyone.
All right, see yous.
See you guys.
All right, I'll catch you guys a little bit later. As for everybody else, if you still are in the running for that last Conan Exile, I'm getting tired. Last Conan Exile code that's going to be going out tonight. Once again, we're giving away these codes because we have now currently opened up a new server on our community. So if you are interested in playing Conan, and if you want that code, please, at this point, start typing in the channel with a number, and we will move on to the random number generator, and whoever gets closest or hits it on the mark wins that thing. Here we go. Start putting those in. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Put them in. Put them in. Put them in. Remember, everyone's eligible for these things. You can just be a lurker. You can be anybody. Just put it in there and have a chance at it. I mean, if you already own Conan, maybe you can give it to a friend or somebody else. Maybe you can be nice and hand it off to somebody in the chat or something along those lines who are looking for it. Just throw a number out there. Let's see if it works. All right. It looks like we fell off. So for Twitch, Discord information right there. That's where our Twitch number's in. And for YouTube, we got it down there. All right. Moving into that RNG. Let me find her, open her up. Window capture RNG turned on. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to say a good number to roll on is, and this is between 1 and 100, so we got to switch that up. Let's hit this just to get it out of the way. Oh, goodness, that would be close. My bottle of water says 40. We're going to hit it 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Drum roll, please. 3. We have a 3 on it. We got Made in English with 1. Does anybody come closer? Anybody come closer? We have a 1. Is it going to be Made in English for the win on this one? It looks like Made in English is going to win. There's a 1. Made in English. You are the winner. Please, Made in English in Discord, please send me a PM so that I can give you that code and you can start playing it or do whatever you want with it. It doesn't really matter to me. Everybody else, once again, thank you all for joining us tonight for the Roundtable. We are going to cut it off at about 10 o'clock tonight. My wife assures me that her family is starving and she wants me to come deliver stuff to them. Congratulations on that one, Made in English. Glad that you were able to win. Make sure to PM me in Discord. As for everyone else, thank you so much for spending this time together. And please, in the future, do not be a stranger. Jump into chat and, spread your opinions more often. We definitely want to hear about it, and we want to share all this time with you. Once again, if you're looking for a community, there is our Discord. Come and join us. We play on Cetus server. If you're looking for a server where things are, 안녕, Video Australia. 한국말 진짜 잘했어. 그냥 인사 잘해. You're very good at saying goodbye and hello. 잘했어. 고맙습니다. 안녕, 착해요. So, if you're looking for a community, make sure that you're jumping in here and you're coming to join us. We are always looking for more people to come out and play on Cetus. And with the server mergers ever so closely approaching us, you need to be thinking about a home. Don't quit the game. Come try us out before you quit, because we might actually have what you are looking for in a group and a community, and we would love to have you guys come in. For our Twitch people, we are going to now raid somebody. You know the way that it goes. If you list somebody, I will raid them unless we've raided them the night before, which we didn't raid anybody last night. So we can definitely jump in. Tanausi. There's Tanausi right off of it. Okay, we will jump in there with Tanausi unless somebody else has someone. No. Remember, when you're jumping in here, give Tanausi positive support. Remember, they are struggling as much as everyone else out here to make their platform work. Is Sazi online? I'm looking. I don't see Sazi. Is he online? We can flip a coin over it. Sazi or Lousy or Tanausi. See you later, man. Make sure to send me a message so I can get you that code. We'll go ahead and jump in with Tanausi. Tanausi's trying to build up some repertoire. And look, the more that we spread our support to people out here streaming Dune, the better off we are. The more people that are getting exposed to Dune, the better. The more that these people feel as if they, yes, Red Leg, thank you. Come raid me anytime. The more support they get, the better off that we're going to be as a community. So we're going to raid Tanausi tonight. We can always hop in there. I'm back on tomorrow. We can hit Sazi up tomorrow. So we're going to jump in here. We're going to talk to him. As for everyone on YouTube, thank you again for coming out here and joining me, guys. You are absolutely fabulous. Remember, keep your steel suits tight. Stay hydrated. Keep your crisp knife sharpened. And keep your eyes in the sky. And as always, have a great day. And done.